Chapter 2574. The third person was a tall old man. His short hair stood up like steel needles, making him look like a hedgehog. The old man's strength was also at the great perfection of the sacred demon realm. Standing together with the woman and the other two old men, they were obviously from the same force. Behind the four of them, there were many experts surrounding them. Four great perfection of the sacred demon realm. Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh. There were actually so many top experts in a force. Although these people were slightly weaker than him at this moment, it was undeniable that such a lineup was really powerful. On the other side, there were two people who also caught Du Xiaofu's attention. One of them was a man of medium build, covered in a blood-red robe. A strong smell of blood emanated from his body. Beside him stood a lean and capable young man. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he was waving a feather fan in his hand. His eyes were filled with confidence. Behind them, there were also many experts gathered. There was a faint hostility between the two of them and the four experts from before. When Du Xiaofu saw the lean and capable man, he could not help but squint his eyes. Because the man's hair was like willow branches, but it was not green, but black. Could this person be the brother of the Lord of Jade Willow City, the military advisor under the Lord of Black Water? Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, thinking of what the old man in the green vine had said. If he guessed correctly, the man in the blood-red robe next to him was very likely the Lord of Black Water. Needless to say, the opposing force must be from the sacred demon palace. He did not expect that the news of the spiritual thunder would attract so many experts from the two forces of the demon realm. Du Xiaofu glanced at the woman's side. He wondered if the great ancestor of the earth demon realm was one of them. If he was, he would not have to go to the trouble of going to the sacred demon palace to look for him. Legend had it that the heavenly demon ancestor had not appeared for countless years. If he wanted to pull the demon realm to his side, he would not be able to avoid the earth demon ancestor and the black water monarch. Perhaps he would have to help one side deal with the other in order to achieve his goal. Du Xiaofu was about to ask, but he was interrupted by a gloomy voice. Kaki, two ancestors of ice and fire, Fairy Lucia, Song Song, you're actually holding back from attacking the people of Black Water River? You're getting more and more cowardly. Outside of the two camps, someone spoke. This person was all skin and bones like a dried corpse. Only his head was full, with flesh and blood. But the strange thing was that the flesh on his chin and lower lip was wrinkled, as if there was no bone to support it. Song Mountain Skeleton, who are you calling a coward? The fiery red-haired old man immediately jumped out. His face suddenly turned red, and he was extremely angry. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight. Huolauer, when will you change your temper? You can't stay calm after being provoked. The plump white-haired old man next to him said indifferently. Ice Lauer, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten that I'm the boss? The fiery red-haired old man stomped his feet and immediately diverted his anger. The old man called Ice Lauer snorted and ignored him. He turned to stare at Song Mountain Skeleton and said coldly, Song Mountain Skeleton, if you want to stir up trouble here, I think we can kill you first. Kiki, Song Mountain Skeleton, why don't you join Black Water River? Let's see what the two ancestors of ice and fire can do to you. On the side of Black Water River, the man with the feather fan said with a chuckle. Dai Lu, I'm not interested in Black Water River. Song Mountain Skeleton snorted coldly and said. Du Xiaofu could see that these people were gathered here for the spiritual thunder, and Song Mountain Skeleton should be an itinerant cultivator. The sacred monster temple and Black Water River did not fight because of their hatred, and it was probably because of their existence that they were restrained. If they suffered losses, a group of itinerant cultivators would take advantage of them. In addition to Song Mountain Skeleton, there were many itinerant cultivators here. Among them, there was a young man in tight clothes who stood coldly to the side and did not speak. The young man's aura was peerless and fierce, and it carried with it a terrifying and fierce edge. His strength was probably on par with Song Mountain Skeleton and the others. He was also in the complete sacred monster realm. While Du Xiaofu was observing him, the young man tilted his head slightly, and his eyes were so fierce that they seemed to be able to pierce through the void. I wonder how I should address these two new friends. The man from Black Water River, who was called Dai Lu by Song Mountain Skeleton, waved his feather fan gently. He glanced at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao respectively, and asked in an unusually amiable manner. The smile on his face was like a gentle breeze brushing the willow tree, gentle and charming. In an instant, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao had an inexplicable good impression of this person. But the more this was the case, the more vigilant Du Xiaofu was. He was no longer a young and inexperienced brat. He was familiar with all kinds of tricks to control people. This Dai Lu made him develop a kind of natural vigilance. This person was definitely not as easy to talk to as he seemed on the surface. How could the number one person under the Black Water Monarch be simple? If he really treated him as a friend, he might be able to viciously trick him at any time. It seemed that it was better not to easily form an alliance with Black Water River. It was better to observe the specific situation first before making a decision. Thinking in his heart, Du Xiaofu did not show too much displeasure on the surface. He lightly opened his mouth and replied with a half-truth, "The two of us rarely walk around the demon realm." On the contrary, Du Xiaoyao, who jumped out of the stone and was as smart as a ghost, snorted and did not bother to pay attention to Dai Lu at all. Dai Lu was not annoyed by the soft rebuff. He chuckled and did not speak anymore. As for the others, they all looked at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao with interest. "I can tell at a glance that the two of you are extraordinary, but I seem to have never seen you before. You look very unfamiliar." In the sacred demon palace, the woman in colorful clothes stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu with a smile. She was surprised that she could not see through the body and strength of these two people. Song Shan Skeleton had mentioned before that this woman's name was Rosy Fairy. "To tell you the truth, Rosy Fairy, we are from the outside world and want to discuss something with the heavenly demon ancestor or the earth demon ancestor." Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and said politely. According to Song Shan Skeleton, the people from the sacred demon palace were the ice and fire ancestors, Rosy Fairy and Song Song. There was no earth demon ancestor among them. In this regard, Du Xiaofu was slightly disappointed. However, since he had met the people from the sacred demon palace, it should not be too difficult to get in touch with the earth demon ancestor. After harvesting the spiritual thunder here, he would accompany them to the sacred demon palace. Chapter 2575. From the outside world? How is that possible? The demon realm has been isolated from the outside world for countless years. How can anyone find this place? These two said they were looking for the heavenly demon ancestor and earth demon ancestor. Don't they know that the heavenly demon ancestor hasn't appeared for many years? Yeah, I don't know where the old man went. Du Xiaofu's words stunned everyone for a long time. Then, they began to discuss among themselves. Saixia Fairy opened her mouth, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Dai Lu, the top military advisor of Black Water River, also looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. The man in the blood-red robe beside him also raised his head and stared at them. Everyone was shocked by the two men in front of them. To be able to come to the demon realm and look for the two strongest people here, these two young men were definitely not ordinary people. It was no wonder that everyone present could not see through their strength, and they looked very young. Had the outside world already become so powerful? "I'm Du Xiaofu, and this is my brother Du Xiaoyao. When this is over, I'll have to trouble you to introduce me to the earth demon ancestor." Du Xiaofu cupped his fists at the two ancestors of ice and fire, Saixia Fairy and Song Song. "What? Du Xiaofu? You're the legendary rock emperor of the barren country, the demon king Du Xiaofu?" Ancestor Fire of the two ancestors of ice and fire immediately shouted, looking extremely shocked. That's me. Du Xiaofu nodded and did not deny it. When the others saw this, they were also in disbelief, like Ancestor Fire. They all looked at the purple-robed young man in front of them in disbelief. The man in the blood-red robe from Blackwater River also looked at him strangely, as if there were two extremely fierce lights shooting out. As for those who were relatively weaker, they all looked at each other. It seemed that they had never heard of this name. Interesting. After being stunned for a moment, Dai Lu's thin lips curled up as she muttered to herself. There was a flash of light in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Little brother Du, I'm afraid you don't know that the Heaven Demon Old Ancestor has not appeared for many years. Even if we were to recommend you, we can only recommend the Earth Demon Old Ancestor. But first, you have to tell us why you came to the demon realm. Otherwise, how would we know if you are plotting against the sacred demon palace? It was Tsang Song of the sacred demon temple. An old man with short hair that resembled steel needles said in a deep voice. The meaning in his words was very cautious, but it was also reasonable. To tell you the truth, I'm here for the upcoming calamity. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with this. Du Xiaofu turned serious and glanced at the crowd. The two progenitors of ice and fire, Fairy Rosy Glow, Song Song Dai Lu, the Tsang Shan skeleton, and many others were startled. Du Xiaofu saw everyone's expressions. Needless to say, these were all old monsters who had survived since the Archean Age. Even if they had not experienced the Archean Age catastrophe, they must be very familiar with that period of history and know the horror of the demon god. However, Song Song's next words caused Du Xiaofu to frown even more. Song Song, who had been shocked by Du Xiaofu's identity, had a great change in attitude. His words were a little cold. Many juniors of the sacred demon temple have been to the outside world and brought back news of the outside world. Now, we know about the devil religion's movements and the situation in the outside world, but I can tell you in advance that in the demon realm, at least the sacred demon temple will not participate in this dispute. Even if I take you to the Earth Demon Old Ancestor, you will only get the same result. As soon as Song Song opened his mouth, his tone was unusually firm and almost blocked Du Xiaofu's words. It seemed that there was no room for negotiation, and there was even a hint of hostility. This kind of situation was something that he hadn't expected. Du Xiaofu looked at Rosy Cloud's fairy and the two ancestors of ice and fire. They heard Song Song's words and nodded silently. Obviously, they were aware of what was happening in the outside world. The experts of the sacred demon temple seemed to have reached some kind of consensus that they did not intend to intervene in the battle between the outside world and the devil religion. They were trying to stay out of this mess. Du Xiaofu felt a little headache and did not know how to deal with it. He could not bring people to the demon realm and force them to set foot on the battlefield of the devil religion. In his heart, his impression of the sacred monster temple had inevitably worsened. It was also at this moment that the smile on Dai Lu's face grew wider. She seemed to be very satisfied with this result. Let's talk about this later, Du Xiaofu said softly. He stopped talking and turned to look at the rolling magma under his feet. No matter what the sacred demon temple's attitude was, they had to meet the Earth Demon Old Ancestor to make a final decision. The most important thing now was to get the 8th spiritual thunder. Well, let's talk about this after the birth of the heavenly flame void thunder. Ice Ancestor of the two ancestors of ice and fire said. When the others heard this, they fell into silence one after another. They stopped talking and looked at the magma under their feet. In this world of magma, the terrifying temperature continued to soar. In the blazing heat, one could see streaks of electric arcs flickering and constantly changing. There were more and more electric arcs, carrying a terrifying aura. With one strike, a black hole was blasted in the void, emitting black smoke as if it could burn everything. However, it would take a lot of time for the spiritual thunder to be born. Otherwise, these forces would not be waiting here silently. In order to get the spiritual thunder, they would have to face the interference of many experts. It would not be easy. The eighth spiritual thunder, is it called the heavenly flame void thunder? Du Xiaofu murmured. Boss, when the spiritual thunder is born, don't worry about fighting for it. I will help you hold back a few of these people. Du Xiaoyao's voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. With his strength, he could indeed hold back several experts present. As for the others, with Du Xiaofu's strength, it should not be too difficult for them to get the spiritual thunder. However, Du Xiaofu did not intend to do so. No need, I will go down and find the spiritual thunder. Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaoyao, this is a world of magma. The temperature is terrifyingly high. Even with our cultivation, we will feel the heat. You should know that this is the demon realm, the most suitable environment for demon spirits. The heavenly flame void thunder should have an extremely complete spiritual intelligence and even cultivated a human body. Its strength should not be much weaker than mine. The heavenly flame void thunder should be undergoing a metamorphosis. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a huge commotion and attracted so many experts. If we let it complete its metamorphosis, it will be even more difficult to subdue it. Chapter 2576. Du Xiaofu's intention was very clear. He wanted to go down and subdue the heavenly flame void lightning before it truly appeared. If it were others, perhaps it would be extremely difficult to deal with the spirit lightning that had transformed into a human. But Du Xiaofu was different. He already had several spirit lightnings and was confident that in terms of mastery of lightning, there was no one in the world who could surpass him. He still had sufficient confidence in subduing the heavenly flame void lightning. And if he waited until it completed its transformation before making a move, the difficulty would increase significantly. At this time, there was also a group of experts eyeing covetously from the side. At that time, there would probably be many more variables. Might as well take the initiative to attack and merge with the spirit lightning while it was unprepared. The only thing that was disadvantageous to him was the lava down below. This was the territory of the heavenly flame void lightning, so it was very likely that all environmental factors would severely affect his power. It was just that the spirit lightning was seriously too important to him. He could not afford to have too many misgivings. Boss, I'll go down with you, Du Xiaoyao said somewhat worriedly. No need. I'll go alone. You stay here and also observe these people's movement. If they do anything unusual, you take action decisively, Du Xiaofu said. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly sank, plunging headfirst into the lava beneath his feet. Like a stone falling into a lake, countless lava splashed up, and he was drowned in the scorching waves of lava that surged into the sky. What is that Du Xiaofu doing? Ancestor Fire said hurriedly, looking somewhat anxiously at Ancestor Ice. That brat went down. Second Brother Ice, let's hurry up and follow. Don't let him get the heavenly flame void lightning. As he said that, he was about to follow Du Xiaofu into the lava. Second Brother Fire, what's the rush? Ancestor Ice grabbed Ancestor Fire and said indifferently, how can the heavenly flame void lightning be so easy to obtain? Ancestor Fire immediately panicked, wishing he could point at Ancestor Ice's nose and shout with a flushed face, Second Brother Ice, how many times have I said it? I'm the boss. Such a scene caused little Demon Du, who was standing at the side, to be unable to help but be stunned. This Ancestor Fire's temper was really strange. As long as Ancestor Ice called him second brother, he would immediately divert his attention. However, there was one thing similar to him. In his early years, didn't he also always compete with Du Xiaofu for the boss position? Ancestor Ice's words. The lava's the heavenly flame void lightning is terrifying. The temperature is the lava. Even we feel it is extremely hot up there, not to mention the lava. Song 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 song. The heavenly flame void lightnings should have another breakthrough. How can it dealing it and subduing it? Rainbow rosies, rosy royce, rosy rosies, row red roar rosins rotilis enens and red royce red row. That brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and directly dived into the lava. He wouldn't be burned to ashes, right? Is he the void is? The S is. Song Shan's skeleton laughed coldly, as if it really wanted Du Xiaofu to be burned to ashes. Mummy, I dare you to repeat what you just said. Be careful that I don't beat you up so badly that even your mother can't recognize you. You won't even know how you died. Du Xiaoyao glared at Song Shan's skeleton. The golden light on his body shone brightly as he charged towards Song Shan's skeleton with a terrifying aura. Song Shan's skeleton's face changed drastically under the impact of the powerful aura. A surge of energy also erupted from his body. However, he was still forced to retreat dozens of steps before he could resist Du Xiaoyao's aura. After that, he didn't dare to speak rudely anymore. He could only stand silently by the side. Who are you to criticize my boss? Du Xiaoyao snorted coldly. He had no intention of being merciless. Instead, he continued to pay attention to what was going on under the lava. Based on his character, he wanted to fight Song Shan's skeleton directly and teach him a lesson. However, his boss's orders were the most important. The sacred monster temple, Heishui River, and some other rogue cultivators became solemn when they saw what happened. They knew Song Shan's skeleton's strength very well. If they were to fight him one-on-one, no one would dare to say that they could beat him. However, in front of Du Xiaoyao, the golden-robed youth, Song Shan's skeleton was defeated in a single blow. This showed how powerful Du Xiaoyao was. Many people had heard of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. The Rock Emperor was even more infamous than Du Xiaoyao. From this, one could infer how powerful the Demon King was. Everyone, just wait here. I'll follow Brother Rock Emperor to explore the lava. Suddenly, Dailu laughed. He waved the feather fan in his hand twice, and then disappeared with a flick of his wrist. Then, his figure slowly faded and disappeared from his original spot. Above the lava below, there was a splash of lava, and then it was submerged in the surging heat flow. The two ancestors of ice and fire, Song Song and Saixia Fairy looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Before everyone could react, the man who was standing close to Song Shan's skeleton also let go of his arms and fell to the ground. Ownerless broken sword, he also went down. Saixia Fairy said, "Why don't we go down and take a look?" The ice progenitor frowned and looked at Song Song and Saixia Fairy with uncertainty. Although the lava was extremely dangerous, Heishui River's Dai Lu had already gone down. They couldn't just watch as the heavenly flame void lightning fell into Heishui River's hands. It's good to go down and take a look. The heavenly flame void lightning must not fall into Dai Lu's hands. However, my true form is a pine tree, and Saixia Fairy is formed from colorful mist. Both of us are restrained by the fire attribute. Only you two, one of you is of the fire attribute, while the other is of the fire attribute. There shouldn't be any problems. Song Song said. Then the two of us will go down. You two stay here and help. Be careful of that blood disciple. The ice progenitor glanced at the blood-robed man from Heishui River and warned. Du Xiaofu's previous guess that he was the Heishui monarch was not correct. Don't worry, leave this to us. You must also be careful of Dai Lu. That guy is cunning and ruthless. Don't fall into his trap. Saixia Fairy said, nodding her snow-white chin. I said I wanted to go down, but you stopped me. Fire progenitor roared in dissatisfaction. The ice progenitor rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. She just shouted, "Let's go." The two of them descended into the lava at the same time. After Du Xiaofu, Dai Lu, and the two ancestors of ice and fire left one after another, only Song Song, Saixia Fairy, Songshan's skeleton, Heishui River's blood disciple, and Du Xiaoyao were left. Everyone kept their mouths shut, silently standing in the lava world, waiting for the final result. Chapter 2577. Du Xiaofu continued to sink into the lava. Outside his body, the azure spirit armor had already been summoned, covering the surface of his body. Outside his body, there was also a profound chi shield, resisting the terrifying scorching heat. Around him, he was surrounded by molten flows that looked like molten iron, bubbling with gurgling sound. As he sank, other than the rolling and burning lava, there were also bolts of lightning shuttling back and forth. They were like snakes in the water, flicking their tongues. These lightning snakes all had an abnormally strong attack power. These lightning snakes should have been accidentally released when the heavenly flame hollow thunder was breaking through. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He could feel that if he removed the blue spirit armor and did not use his profound qi to protect his body, these lightning snakes would cause his immortal Xian body to feel pain when they struck his body. A bolt of spirit thunder and an electric arc unintentionally released could produce such an effect. The strength of the heavenly flame hollow thunder could be seen from this. "We're here." Just as Du Xiaofu was thinking, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The fiery red color that had filled the surroundings suddenly turned black. All the light was withdrawn, turning into a gloomy darkness. It was as if the scorching noon had suddenly turned dark. At the same time, the all-pervasive terrifying heat also disappeared. It seemed to have become much gentler, and the heat on his body was no longer as strong as before. However, Du Xiaofu discovered that the profound qi shield outside his body was twisting and flowing as if it was about to melt. This scene caused Du Xiaofu's expression to involuntarily become solemn. He knew that the environment here was not better than in the lava. Instead, it had become even worse. This heavenly flame hollow thunder has actually been cultivated to such a level. Du Xiaofu muttered. The restrained fiery red light and the warmth he felt on his body were all just an illusion. There was only one reason for this phenomenon: when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. In this place, the power of the heavenly flame hollow thunder had reached an extreme. I didn't expect that someone would be able to break into my territory. A middle-aged man's voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ears. Under the probing of the power of the origin spirit, he discovered a dark figure standing quietly in the void of this dark space. This dark figure looked like a cluster of black flames burning. The space around its body was scorched through by the scorching heat, and it was very uniform. Such a scene made it seem as if there was a black border around it, as if it was branded in the space and merged with the void. Needless to say, this dark figure was undoubtedly the heavenly flame void lightning. As expected of the heavenly flame void lightning, it probably developed intelligence and started cultivating since the ancient era, right? Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Judging from its aura, the heavenly flame void lightning was already at the peak of the Saint Demon realm. Its true cultivation time shouldn't be much shorter than Huolei Laozu's. Just the energy that unintentionally leaked out was already so terrifying. However, under the dual effects of Du Xiaofu's Xian Qi barrier and blue spirit armor, the heat waves from the heavenly flame void lightning were unable to cause any harm to him. "Human kid, you're right," the heavenly flame void lightning said in a low voice, waves of heat rising and falling as it spoke. "You came here because you want to take advantage of me. You're also right. You have two choices now. Submit to me directly, or I defeat you and make you submit to me," Du Xiaofu said indifferently as he extended two fingers. He wasn't surprised that the heavenly flame void lightning could see that he was a human at a glance. Its strength wasn't inferior to his in the first place, so it was normal that it could see through him. If it weren't for his various methods, he probably wouldn't have dared to say such words. "Human, don't you think you're too arrogant? You think you can subdue me?" The heavenly flame void lightning's tone became even darker as it spoke. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to attack, Du Xiaofu said as he took a step forward. He wasn't an arrogant person, so he naturally knew that such a powerful demon wouldn't submit to him so easily. Subduing the heavenly flame void lightning would inevitably take some effort. He already had 7 spiritual lightnings in his body, and he also had the lightning martial vein. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly flame void lightning. As Du Xiaofu spoke, he made his move. Boom, boom, boom. A few explosions sounded in the sky, and then several balls of light rushed out from between his eyebrows. They bloomed with different colors and circled above Du Xiaofu's head. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, thick bolts of lightning struck down, carrying with them an aura that could destroy the world. Accompanied by waves of extremely terrifying pressure, as if an ancient god had descended into the world, making people want to prostrate themselves. This scene made the heavenly flame void lightning tremble for a moment. "This is the heavenly flame void lightning," said in a daze. "This is the aura of my kind. There are actually so many." He quickly determined that the balls of light above the purple-robed youth were spiritual lightnings of the same origin as him. There were actually as many as 8. Furthermore, looking at it, it seemed like these spiritual lightnings had already been completely fused together by the purple-robed human, and were under his control. This kind of scene made him feel extremely aghast. That's right. These are all of your kind, spiritual lightnings formed when the heavenly Tao fell in the ancient era. Now they've already been fused together by me, and the next one is you. Du Xiaofu said. "This. How do you know all this, and how did you do it?" The heavenly flame void lightning's voice started trembling somewhat, and he was somewhat incoherent. He wasn't afraid, but he was amazed. This human youth was actually clear about his and these spiritual lightnings' origins. One had to know that from the ancient era until now, it had long been buried in the long river of time. Extremely few people knew. In addition, 7 spiritual lightnings could actually fuse into one. Just what kind of physique did one need to be able to do it? Ho-ho, is there any point in asking these useless things? Submit. Du Xiaofu chuckled and raised his hand to move. The silvernet soul-devouring lightning, earth-crumbling heavenly lightning, golden crow heaven-burning lightning, great sky lightning, 3,000 jolting lightning, soul-extinguishing divine lightning, and 9 nether devil lightning above his head moved together, erupting with a lightning light screen, bombarding down on the heavenly flame void lightning. 7 spiritual lightnings' energy poured out, emitting 7 colors, intertwining with each other, converging into a vast stretch of lightning, magnificent and beautiful. However, within this beauty, there was a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Chapter 2578. Faced with Du Xiaofu's actions, the man formed by the heavenly flame void lightning put away his astonishment, and his tone was no longer as shocked as before. "That's good too. I've just broken through, and I'm only one step away from the Sky Sage stage, but you've brought 7 spiritual lightnings to me. Why don't you let me kill you and devour the 7 spiritual lightnings? That'll allow me to take another step forward." The man spoke, and his tone was filled with greed. He was not afraid of Du Xiaofu. Even if a human brat's cultivation was extraordinary, he still did not think much of him. If he had not broken through, he might not have been completely confident that he could defeat this purple-robed youth. But now, he was confident that he could obtain the 7 spiritual lightnings and devour them to increase his strength. How could he let go of such an opportunity? "You want to steal my spiritual lightnings, and I want to subdue and merge with you. Let's fight and see who will succeed in the end," Du Xiaofu said softly. Before entering the lava, the sacred monster hall, Black Water River, and the others had been waiting above. He had also thought that the heavenly flame void lightning would be easy to subdue since it was still in the process of evolving. However, what he saw now was that it had already completed its breakthrough, and was even stronger than him in terms of strength. This caused Du Xiaofu to no longer have any contempt for him. Only by giving it his all would he have a chance to take the spiritual lightnings for himself. Brat, since you've come to court death, I won't hold back. Once I devour your 7 spiritual lightnings, I'll definitely be able to gather all the remaining spiritual lightnings, control the complete law of lightning, and become a heavenly body. The heavenly flame void lightning said. You want to become a heavenly body? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Du Xiaofu retorted fiercely. But the heavenly flame void lightning's words made his heart uneasy. It turned out that if the 36 bolts of spiritual lightning that were formed when the ancestor fell could be merged together, he would be able to control the complete law of electricity. He would even have a chance to surpass the heavenly saint stage and use it to merge with the heavenly Tao. Fu Yibai, Huolei Laozu, and the others had come together to ask him to find and fuse all the spirit lightning. Could it be that they had such an idea? That's right. Only by attaining the body of the heavenly Tao would one be able to fight against the demon god. However, would the final outcome be the same as the primordial era? 8 Desolate thunder. Rise. While Du Xiaofu was thinking, he exhaled and unleashed the lightning profound. Large amounts of runes flew out from his body and filled the air. The 7 spiritual thunders above his head were guided and exploded. Streaks of lightning bolts poured out and blasted down from the sky, tearing the endless void apart and annihilating it. In every part of this area, there were continuous explosions of thunder. The entire space seemed to be boiling violently, and the momentum was terrifying. Good timing! The heavenly flame void lightning roared, and the dark figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. However, immediately after, a ball of lightning formed, and it was also suffused with a dark and hazy black color. Streaks of eerie black lightning shot out soundlessly, striking the void and forming a series of deep black holes. When the heavenly flame void lightning finished speaking, the dark and hazy thunderbolt suddenly swept out and directly charged into the 7 spiritual thunders that Du Xiaofu was controlling. Everywhere he passed, space was scorched, and strands of green smoke curled up into the air. It dragged out a long black trajectory behind him, and it was like a tail of flames. Human brat, you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? Today, I'll let you know that the expert closest to the heavenly saint stage is far from someone you can fight against. The heavenly flame void lightning pounced forward, charging through the boundless might of the 7 bolts of spiritual lightning. Even under Du Xiaofu's control, the power of the 7 spiritual thunders could not stop its footsteps. Soon, the heavenly flame void lightning dragged a long tail and directly collided with one of the 7 spiritual thunders, the 3,000 quaking thunder. Boom! The 2 spiritual thunders suddenly collided, and an earth-shaking roar erupted. The space shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. The shattered energy turned into mysterious runes that filled the sky and danced in every corner. The space was directly smashed into nothingness by such a vast power. Amidst such might, one could vaguely hear a whimper. After a collision, the 3,000 quaking thunder was directly sent flying, and a pitch-black crack appeared on the ball of light. Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched, and he was actually a little frightened. The crack on the 3,000 quaking thunder did not heal for a long time. It was obvious that it had suffered a great injury. It had actually suffered such a loss in a single exchange. This caused Du Xiaofu's heart to involuntarily become even more serious. Only 1 step away from the heavenly saint realm. Half-step heavenly saint? Du Xiaofu softly muttered to himself. This heavenly flame void lightning was already the strongest opponent he'd fought until now. Other than the demon gods, only East Deity, West Demon, Nanru, North Addict, Central Divinity, Huolei Laozu, and the Dragon Clan's old Azure Dragon dared to say that they could suppress it. It was likely that even Long Huang of the Dragon Clan, who was in existence of the clan's foundation, was only on par with the heavenly flame void lightning. Not long ago, Du Xiaofu was severely injured by Long Huang's space scar. At this time, facing this spiritual thunders that had been cultivated for countless years, it did not seem too optimistic. One had to know that experts who had reached this level had already reached an extremely terrifying level in the level of profound meaning. Boy, obediently hand over the 7 spiritual thunders, and I can spare your life. The Great Een Sky Thunder, Golden Crow Sky Burning Thunder, and several other spiritual thunders were still roaring and sweeping, each with a domineering force, towards the heavenly flame void lightning. However, the black spiritual thunders seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, shuttling back and forth between the other spiritual thunders, avoiding each attack. Half-step heavenly saint realm, so what? In the end, you're still 1 step away. Du Xiaofu coldly replied. The thought of training himself rose in his heart. After entering the complete saint realm in the ancient desolate continent, his strength had not improved too quickly. The illusory heavenly saint realm seemed to be too far away, and it was impossible to touch at all. This time, having such a spiritual thunders as an opponent for him to train himself was very difficult to ask for. One had to know that such an expert was extremely rare in this world. When he had faced Long Huang back then, he could only be trampled on. But now, although this heavenly flame void lightning was not weaker than Long Huang, it would not be as easy to defeat him as Long Huang. This was because he had a trump card that no one else had, which could restrain the spiritual thunders. Chapter 2579. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. As Du Xiaofu spoke, a silver light suddenly rose from his body, covering the surface of his body. These silver light rays were like the meridians in his body, twisting and turning to form a strange pattern. It looked like a net, flashing with the light of lightning. When this scene appeared, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the air, fiercely suppressing the heavenly flame void lightning. This is the heavenly flame void lightning, which was shuttling back and forth among the several bolts of spiritual lightning, emitted a frightened fluctuation. It was clearly shocked. Thunder Martial Vein, it's actually the Thunder Martial Vein. The heavenly flame void lightning cried out in fear and quickly fled into the distance, transforming back into the black man's figure. It stared closely at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Why do you have this kind of martial vein in your body? Could it be that you're the descendant of that person?" He was extremely shocked and looked at the purple-robed youth in front of him in disbelief. How could he not know about this kind of martial vein? It was the martial vein that the heavenly Tao had personally carved into the body of his descendant before the fall of the primordial era. It could be said to be of the same origin as him. The moment this kind of martial vein appeared, the heavenly flame void lightning felt an extreme sense of fear rise from the depths of its heart, as if it wanted to bow down and worship the purple-robed youth in front of it. This feeling was not because of the purple-robed youth in front of it, but because of its reverence for the heavenly Tao's majesty. It was a kind of natural suppression. "Congratulations, you're right," Du Xiaofu said indifferently. The purple robe on his body fluttered without the wind, wantonly fluttering. With a thought, the thunder martial vein that covered the surface of his body rushed out, turning into a giant lightning net that quickly spread out around him. It expanded explosively against the wind, enveloping an area of thousands of feet in radius. This giant lightning net was like a huge cage, enveloping the heavenly flame void lightning and the other 7 bolts of spiritual lightning. Thick bolts of lightning collided and intertwined with each other, releasing an unparalleled power. "Kid, even if you are a descendant of the heavenly Tao and possess the thunder martial vein, it is still wishful thinking for you to subdue me." After the initial shock, the heavenly flame void lightning quickly calmed down and said, "Your lightning martial vein is unable to trap me. Today, I'll let you experience what the power of laws is." The loud voice of the heavenly flame void thunder reverberated in this space. A dark figure appeared, and the body of spiritual thunder appeared again. At the same time, all the lightning around him quickly retracted and entered his body. For a moment, only Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the 7 spiritual thunders were left on the field. They were still shining brightly. As soon as the heavenly flame void lightning was unleashed, an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up in the surrounding area. Even Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently. "Brat, you can't beat me!" The heavenly flame void lightning shouted loudly, and the void rumbled. Then, Du Xiaofu saw that the heavenly flame void lightning's body did not display any terrifying power. However, there were waves of strange energy fluctuations spreading out. Under the influence of this power, the silver silk soul-devouring lightning, the earth-shattering lightning, the golden crow sky burning lightning, the great Een sky lightning, the 3,000 quaking lightning, the soul-extinguishing divine lightning, and the 9 underworlds demonic lightning all let out whimpers at the same time, as if they had sensed something terrifying and were threatened. The terrifying power released by the 7 spiritual thunders was withdrawn in an instant, and they were no longer under Du Xiaofu's control. Not only that, but the huge light net formed by the thunder martial vein shook violently as if it had been blown by a hurricane. It twisted and changed shape, and it looked like it would collapse at any time. Such a scene made Du Xiaofu turn pale with fright. He fully operated the thunder martial vein and communicated with the 7 spiritual thunders, but it did not have much effect. The martial vein and the spiritual thunders seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and they were sticky and out of his control. Is this the power of the law? The power of ultimacy cannot resist it at all. Du Xiaofu could not calm down. He had not expected this situation at all. Back when he was with the dragons, Long Huang's space scar carried the embryonic form of the law of space, and it directly injured him so severely that he did not even have the power to escape. Now, the change that the heavenly flame void lightning displayed was the embodiment of the law of lightning, and it directly affected his control of the thunder martial vein and the 7 spiritual thunders. This was a height that Du Xiaofu could not reach at the moment. At this moment, his heart was full of shock, and at the same time, he was endlessly fascinated. However, Du Xiaofu knew that what the heavenly flame void lightning displayed was only a trace of the law of lightning, and it could only be regarded as the embryonic form of the law of lightning. If one wanted to completely control the law of lightning, only a powerhouse in the heavenly saint stage could do it. Moreover, it would not be an ordinary heavenly saint stage powerhouse, and it would not be inferior to his ancestor before he controlled the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly flame void lightning was really so powerful, he would not have the slightest ability to resist and could only be trampled on by it. Du Xiaofu frowned, and his mind raced as he searched for a way to deal with it. It could be said that the heavenly flame void lightning completely restrained his attainments in the Tao of lightning at this moment. However, Du Xiaofu's methods were not limited to the law of lightning. "If that's all you have, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for me." Without much hesitation, the heavenly purple gold tower appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. At the same time, a sword light that seemed to penetrate the heavens and the earth rose into the sky in the blink of an eye. It condensed in front of him, and then fiercely slashed at the heavenly flame void lightning. Since the law of lightning was restrained, he would use other methods. Emptiness of heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu roared, and the endless energy in this space gathered toward the sword light. It was constantly being absorbed, causing it to rapidly grow. It was like a pillar that reached the heavens as it fiercely slashed down. "Kid, it's useless. You can't beat me," the heavenly flame void lightning cried out in a deep voice, after which an incomparably thick lightning bolt shot out from its body. This bolt of lightning spanned across the entire space, and it was thicker than a mountain. It was suffused with a dim light, and it fiercely collided with Du Xiaofu's sword light. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the two forces collided, and they tore each other apart. They turned into runes that were like waves that swept through the heavens and the earth. The space looked like a piece of paper that had been torn apart, and a terrifying gap was formed, forming a bottomless abyss. The destructive energy shot out and swept through everything, creating a vacuum in the world below the lava. Chapter 2580. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Such a terrifying battle caused a huge commotion. It was as if thousands of mountains were collapsing and thousands of waves were roaring. Outside the battlefield, 4 figures dived into the churning magma. They were Dai Lu from Blackwater River, the 2 ancestors of ice and fire from the sacred demon palace, and the fierce man known as Ownerless Broken Sword. After Du Xiaofu, they wanted to check out the situation of the Heavenly Flame Void Lightning. When the Heavenly Flame Void Lightning and Du Xiaofu had first clashed, they had already sensed it. But just as they were about to approach the two, they were suddenly attacked by a huge force. The surging energy waves were like a raging sea. The 4 of them were like a few insects in a raging tide. They were directly thrown into the clouds, unable to control themselves. The 4 of them were extremely shocked. The demonic qi in their bodies circulated rapidly, trying to control their bodies. But in the aftermath of the energy waves, they could only protect themselves from being injured. It was impossible for them to break free from the current situation. In the center of the battlefield, the huge spatial crack did not close for a long time. It was open like the giant mouth of the Demon King. It was awe-inspiring. When all the shattered energy was annihilated, a fiery red liquid poured in from the gap in the spatial abyss. It carried a blazing heat and filled the vacuum in an instant, forming a sea of magma. It was a fiery red world. This was the magma of the lava world. It had entered this place through the spatial crack. The magma surged and bubbled. When it exploded, it was a ball of fire. In this sea of magma, 2 figures moved separately. The Heavenly Flame Void Lightning's main body existed in a dark state. As for Du Xiaofu, his body was wrapped in the azure spirit armor, and there was a sharp light shining from it. A trace of purple-gold blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It floated in the hot magma and was instantly burned to ashes. The Heavenly Flame Void Lightning did not suffer any damage from the exchange of blows, but Du Xiaofu was seriously injured. The thunder martial vein outside his body was broken and dissipated in the surging magma. The 7 spiritual lightnings were scattered, but they quickly flew back and were absorbed into Du Xiaofu's body. Human, what right do you have to defeat me? The heavenly flame hollow thunder roared. As it spoke, it moved rapidly within the sea of lava. The strange fluctuation of laws spread out once again and rapidly grew stronger. A terrifying pressure descended from the sea of lava, directly suppressing Du Xiaofu's body and soul. He could only feel a terrifying and peerless power suppressing every inch of his flesh and blood. The lightning profundity that he had grasped was severely restricted. He was unable to use it to his heart's content before the heavenly flame void lightning. Can I really only be restricted by him? Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in magma, narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. He knew that if he relied on other means to defeat the heavenly flame void lightning today, it would be wishful thinking. The difference in strength made it difficult for him to cause any harm to the heavenly flame void lightning. He had the thunder martial vein, which could restrain the spiritual lightnings. But now, under the influence of the embryonic form of the laws, the thunder martial vein did not seem to be effective. I don't believe this. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and the purple gold heavenly tower disappeared from his hand. The profound qi in his body began to circulate wildly. It rampaged through his limbs, bones, and meridians. It was like a surging river, letting out earth-shaking rumbles. Then, the meridians on his skin bulged and crawled all over his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. His handsome face was also covered with bulging veins, making him look extremely terrifying. Thunder martial vein, open for me again! Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. He waved his arms as if he was lifting a mountain, lifting it with the force of millions of kilograms. The light in his eyes was no longer there. They were completely red. Following this shout, Du Xiaofu's body glowed. Under the boundless pressure, his body lit up one after another, and the thunder martial vein appeared one by one. However, the martial vein that was revealed was actually blood-red. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Under the immense pressure, his immortal Xian body was cracking. Blood flowed out and merged into the magma sea, being burned to ashes. Under Du Xiaofu's control, the thunder martial vein finally left the surface of his body. It rose bit by bit and then expanded. Silvernet's soul-devouring lightning, come out for me! Du Xiaofu shouted again. From between his eyebrows, the Silvernet's soul-devouring lightning rushed out. However, it did not show too much power. It only looked like a ball of light and was arranged on the top of his head. Earth-shattering lightning, come out for me! Du Xiaofu's voice almost jumped out from his throat. Under the control of his mind, the earth-shattering lightning moved gently to his feet and rotated gently. Golden crow sky burning lightning, come out for me! Moon sky lightning, come out for me! 3,000 quaking lightning, come out for me! Soul extinguishing lightning, come out for me! One shout after another came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. In the end, his voice became unusually hoarse. Under the immense pressure, his lips were trembling. It could be seen that the power of the embryonic form of the heavenly flame void lightning had reached a terrifying level. He 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 he, laughable human, are you seeking your own death here? The heavenly flame void lightning chuckled with complete disdain. It did not take Du Xiaofu's actions seriously at all. Under the restraint of its power of law, how could the other party's little attainments in lightning profound enter its eyes? It could only firmly suppress him. The power of the heavenly flame void lightning's main body was still growing non-stop. A bolt of lightning even more terrifying than before was currently forming, fluctuating with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. I said long ago that I could still spare your life if you hand over the 7 bolts of spiritual lightning on you. However, it's already too late now. After I kill you, I'll personally come and take them myself. Descendant of the heavenly Dao clan, he he he. Even though you're already sufficiently extraordinary, in front of me, you can only lose your life. I still have to thank you for finding the 7 bolts of spiritual lightning for me and saving me a lot of trouble. Devouring them will allow me to advance a step further and reach the heavenly saint realm. The heavenly flame void lightning laughed loudly, feeling extremely carefree in its heart. In its eyes, not only was this human doing useless work, but he was also courting death. It could already imagine that the purple-robed youth in front of it would be killed by it, and the 7 bolts of spiritual lightning would also be controlled by it. Chapter 2581. The heavenly flame void lightning proudly imagined that after devouring these 7 bolts of spiritual lightning, as long as he could find the remaining ones, he would have a high chance of fusing with the complete law of lightning, surpassing the heavenly saint realm and achieving the heavenly Tao. That's right, just like the purple-robed youth's ancestor in the primordial era. At that time, the entire world would be under his control. He would surpass everything and be supreme, above all living beings, and no one would be able to defeat him. As he imagined this, the heavenly flame void lightning became more and more carefree. However, just as he was endlessly fantasizing and feeling great pleasure, Du Xiaofu's final shout fell. You seem to be a little too pleased with yourself. 9 underworld demonic lightning, come out. As these words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, the 7th bolt of spiritual lightning he had obtained from Jialo Jumi rushed out. After the 9 underworld demonic lightning rushed out from between his eyebrows, it spread out around Du Xiaofu's body like the other 6 bolts of spiritual lightning, completely surrounding him. After this scene appeared, an unusual pressure rippled from the magma sea. It was exactly the same as the ripple emitted from the heavenly flame void lightning. This kind of power directly suppressed the power released by the heavenly flame void lightning. The 7 bolts of spiritual lightning were embedded in Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein, and there was a mysterious connection between them. This mysterious connection was established on a brand in Du Xiaofu's mind. It was an extremely strange pattern. It looked especially complicated, but also extremely simple. At a glance, one could see countless scenes taking shape. There was the rotation of the universe, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, and the evolution of all things in the world. There was wind, rain, thunder, lightning, water and fire mixing, and the birth of the mighty power of heaven and earth. There was the worship of living beings, devout prayers, and the gathering of vast wish power. Everything in the mortal world was included in these scenes, and there was nothing that could not be tolerated. Countless scenes, intense and spectacular, colliding and intertwining, were engraved with the patterns and rules of all things in the world. However, if one were to observe it carefully, all of this was like an illusion that vanished in an instant. Only those simple and obscure lines were glowing faintly. At this moment, among these lines there was an extremely bright one. It was like a winding electric snake. It was connected to Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein, and then connected to the 7 spiritual thunderbolts outside his body. This was the brand of the laws engraved on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. It was a fortuitous encounter that Du Xiaofu had obtained when he traveled down the river of time in the tomb of the Heaven Tao. According to his deduction, it was something left behind by the ancestors of the Du family. After that, Du Xiaofu also tried to comprehend this mark. Unfortunately, with his understanding of the universal Dharma and Logos, he could not grasp the trajectory of these laws and could not grasp the mysteries within. Therefore, he did not deliberately touch these things and allowed the law imprints in his mind to lie there. This was because he believed that as long as he comprehended enough, he would be able to grasp the real laws one day. Today, after the heavenly flame void thunder used the embryonic form of the laws and forced him repeatedly, his understanding of the thunder profound had improved a little. It was this improvement that allowed him to touch the law imprints in the depths of his primordial spirit, allowing him to glimpse a trace of the embryonic form of the laws. So this is the law, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. With a thought, the silver net soul-devouring thunder, earth-shattering thunder, and the other spiritual thunderbolts all exploded with a boom. Under the effect of the law imprints, the 7 spiritual thunderbolts finally released their auras, each erupting with a terrifying and awe-inspiring aura. The power of the law released by the heavenly flame void thunder could no longer affect Du Xiaofu at all. The thunder martial vein and the 7 spiritual thunderbolts were no longer restrained. What's going on? This change made the heavenly flame void thunder's heart tremble violently. It felt a dry feeling in its throat, and even its voice trembled. The power released by the purple-robed young man also frightened it. The power of the law. This is also the power of the law. Soon, the heavenly flame void thunder shouted. He finally understood that the young man at this time had also comprehended a trace of the embryonic form of the law of thunder and lightning. Moreover, his mastery was more comprehensive than his own. At this time, the absolute advantage that he had previously occupied was disintegrated in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Weren't you very confident before? Now it's my turn. Heavenly thunder punishment. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. His voice transmitted, causing the surrounding sea of lava to boil even more. With the support of the law of thunder and lightning, the thunder martial vein scattered around his body suddenly expanded like a large net of thunder and lightning sprinkled into the sea. Every thunder and lightning became extremely thick and strong. At the same time, the 7 spiritual thunderbolts that were arranged in different directions also emitted blazing light, and thunder roared loudly. Different colored thunderbolts intertwined with each other, carrying a power that could split the heavens and earth. It was as if a god had suddenly become angry and struck a severe punishment to the world from the 9 heavens. Densely packed thunderbolts of different colors rapidly struck down, crisscrossing the sea of lava. Soon, the heavenly flame void thunder was completely submerged. Boy, even if you have mastered the law of thunder and lightning, you can't do anything to me. I'll remember today's grudge for now. One day, I'll personally take back the 7 spiritual thunderbolts on you. The heavenly flame void thunder calmed down and shouted loudly. He knew that the purple-robed young man's cultivation was weaker than his. If he wanted to leave, the purple-robed young man would not be able to stop him even if he wanted to. At worst, he would temporarily give up on fighting for the 7 spiritual thunderbolts on him. As long as he could find the rest of the spiritual thunderbolts first, he would be able to enter the Heaven Sage stage very quickly. At that time, he would come back to take revenge for today's grudge. The 7 spiritual thunderbolts would still be in his bag. At the same time, the heavenly flame void thunder made a move in his heart. The black spiritual thunderbolt directly swept in the opposite direction of Du Xiaofu at an extremely fast speed, trying to get rid of the purple-robed young man's heavenly thunder punishment and escape. Want to leave? Do you think you can? Du Xiaofu said coldly. He gently waved his arm, and the thunderbolts in the sky were guided at the same time. They turned around and chased after the heavenly flame void thunder. The terrible thunderbolts violently blasted out, tearing cracks in the space one after another. The entire sea of lava was stirred up, and monstrous waves surged into the sky. In the volcanic space where Du Xiaoyao, Song Song and Saixia Fairy of the Sacred Demon Temple, the crimson-robed man of the Black Water River, and the rogue cultivators were, an incomparably ferocious wave of magma suddenly surged up. Before anyone could react, the lava filled the entire space and then erupted from the crater of the volcano. Chapter 2582. At this moment, Een Mountain's end was shrouded in darkness without any light. However, the blazing lava gushed up from the volcano's crater, instantly illuminating the entire mountain range. The crater of the volcano exploded under the impact, expanding by 100 times. Lava sprayed into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, like a sky full of bright fireworks exploding. Fire rain burst forth, magnificent and brilliant. One figure after another was tossed into the sky amidst the rain of fire. Damn, what happened? A demon spirit shouted as the demonic energy in his body circulated continuously, controlling his body. Fortunately, all the demon spirits that came to Een Mountain's end were powerful and didn't suffer any serious injuries under such circumstances. One by one, they displayed their cultivation and stabilized their bodies one after another. Then, they separated into their respective camps and gathered in the distance. Could it be that the heavenly flame void lightning has appeared? Then why didn't the people who went down earlier come out? Did something happen? Yes, the ice and fire ancestors, Dai Lu, the ownerless broken sword, and that human brat from the outside world called Du Xiaofu, none of them came out. The demon spirits were all shocked, suspecting that the heavenly flame void lightning had appeared, causing such a terrifying scene. If that was really the case, the heavenly flame void lightning was too powerful. It wasn't something they could fight against. It wouldn't be easy to subdue it. Just as everyone was exclaiming, they saw a ball of light rush out from the crater of the volcano. This ball of light was dark in color, and its aura didn't seem very terrifying. However, wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated. A pitch-black trace formed behind it, like a flame tail, and black smoke was rising from it. Such a scene was extremely terrifying. Heavenly flame void lightning. That's the heavenly flame void lightning. A demon spirit shouted as he pointed at the dark ball of light. Quick, stop it. Attack together, don't let it escape. Catch it, and the heavenly flame void lightning will be mine. One by one, the demon spirits roared and attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks swept out like a tsunami. Everyone only had a single thought in their hearts. They had to stop the heaven flame void lightning. As for who would obtain it in the end, that would depend on their own ability. Song Song and Saixia, fairy of the sacred demon palace, the blood-robed man named Blood Disciple of the Black Water River, the skeleton of the Tsang Mountain, and the others all began to move. Only Du Xiaoyao stood quietly in the air. Her eyes shone with a golden light as she stared at the crater of the volcano. This was because Du Xiaofu had not come out yet. Scram! The heavenly flame void lightning suddenly roared when it was intercepted by 4 peak stage sacred demon realm experts. As soon as these words resounded, the sky was torn apart by a bolt of lightning, and it ran from the extreme east to the extreme west. It was like the heavens had opened its enormous mouth. Boom! Thunder roared. Accompanied by a zigzagging lightning bolt, it landed directly in the middle of the group of people who had tried to stop him. As the thunderbolt struck down, a crack that stretched across the entire mountain range was torn open on the ground. Song Song, Saixia Fairy, Song Shan Skeleton, Blood Disciple, and the others were all pushed back by this attack. Song Song's body was a pine tree. After being struck by the thunderbolt, his skin was charred black. Song Shan Skeleton's mummified skull had a hole in it, but no blood flowed out of it. The aura of Saixia Fairy and Blood Disciple weakened by 50% at the same time. They spat out blood and retreated. As for those below the peak stage sacred demon realm, everyone was directly blasted to the ground and fell into the huge crack. There was no movement for a long time. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Under the attack of the heavenly flame void lightning, it was so terrifying that it caused great damage to everyone. We can't fight it head-on. Retreat! Song Song shouted softly and retreated to the distance. He could not help but be shocked in his heart. Saixia Fairy, Song Shan Skeleton, Blood Disciple, and the others saw this and did not dare to attack the heavenly flame void lightning again. They just retreated to the distance in fear, making a path for it. What a terrifying heavenly flame void lightning! It's so powerful! Fairy Kai Xia raised her sleeve and gently wiped away the blood on her lips, and said in horror. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. If they were hit by that terrifying thunder attack again, no one could withstand it. However, what surprised these people was that, after the heavenly flame void lightning's attack, it did not stay in this area for a moment. Instead, it rushed into the distance in the rain of fire. This scene made them feel puzzled, but at the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief and rejoiced. If the heavenly flame void lightning was hostile and insisted on killing them, with its terrifying strength, 1 or 2 of the sacred demon realm powerhouses present might really be killed. Why didn't ice and fire come out? Did something happen? Song Song was greatly alarmed as he watched the heavenly flame void lightning fly away. As soon as his words came out, Saixia Fairy's pretty face was also covered with a dignified expression. Blood Disciple from the Black Water River side also looked at the crater of the volcano. Only the Tsang Mountain skeleton had a gloating expression on its face, but it seemed to be taking pleasure in the other's misfortune. He. The heavenly flame void lightning is so powerful. How can that human boy still be alive? He must have become a corpse at this time, swallowed by the lava, and not even a trace of him is left. Song Shan Skeleton laughed sinisterly. Because of the shock that Du Xiaoyao had given him earlier, it had caused him to harbor some hatred towards Du Xiaofu in his heart. He wished that the purple-robed youth would die in the magma. As for the ice and fire ancestors of the sacred demon temple, Dai Lu of the Black Water River, and the ownerless broken sword, who was also a rogue cultivator, he did not care whether they were dead or alive. Damn it, if you want to die, I'll help you immediately. Song Shan Skeleton's words made Du Xiaoyao furious. However, just as he was about to kill Song Shan Skeleton, a huge movement came from the crater of the volcano. There, the lava continued to erupt, and 4 figures were swept out almost at the same time. These 4 figures were none other than the ice and fire ancestors, Dai Lu, and the ownerless broken sword, who who had entered the lava after Du Xiaofu. After the four of them appeared, they looked like they were about to fall as they flew in the air. Obviously, they had been seriously injured and could not even control their bodies. After they came out, things were not over yet. Another figure followed them and flew out of the crater. It was the figure of a purple-robed young man. Unlike the two ancestors of ice and fire, this young man's entire body was surrounded by lightning. 7 bolts of spiritual thunder circled around him, making him look like a god that had descended into the world. His aura was extremely ferocious. Chapter 2583. Compared to the sorry state of the two ancestors of ice and fire, Dai Lu, and the ownerless broken sword, Du Xiaofu was in an extremely powerful state. Streaks of lightning circled around his body like divine dragons with their heads held high. They danced in the air and spat out divine light. A vast pressure spread throughout the area, pressing down on everyone's primordial spirits. His purple robes fluttered in the air as his figure floated through the air. He was like a sun rising in the night sky. Light radiated in all directions, illuminating the entire Yin mountain. All of this took a long time to describe. From the explosion of fire in the lava space to everyone being thrown out of the volcano, to the appearance of the post-celestial void flame lightning, to everyone trying to stop it, only to be severely injured by the post-celestial void flame lightning, and finally Du Xiaofu's appearance. From beginning to end, only a few breaths of time had passed. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to escape. As soon as Du Xiaofu appeared, a soft voice came out of his mouth. His gaze was fixed on the ball of black lightning that was rushing into the distance. It was the main body of the post-celestial void flame lightning. At that moment, the post-celestial void flame lightning had already shot out 1,000 miles. Its speed was extremely fast. However, after Du Xiaofu appeared, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to chase after it. Immediately after, the golden wings of the great rock behind him flapped gently. Golden light filled the sky and covered his body. In the next instant, the purple-robed youth's figure had already disappeared from his original spot. Almost at the same time, he appeared in front of the post-celestial void flame lightning and intercepted it. Is this the technique of the legendary Great Rock Clan? This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the sacred demon temple, He, and the other independent cultivators and demon spirits. Everyone had just heaved a sigh of relief, because the post-celestial void flame lightning didn't take the opportunity to kill them. However, when they saw this scene again, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. They couldn't understand the situation in front of them. Why do I feel that something is wrong? I also feel that something is wrong. The heavenly flame void lightning seems to be fleeing for its life. Could that human brat called Du Xiaofu be chasing after the heavenly flame void lightning? This seems to be true. The experts began to discuss among themselves. After exchanging glances with each other, they were all dumbfounded. This was especially true for the few perfected Saint Demon stage experts. They were all extremely shocked. They were all peerless powerhouses, but they couldn't even block a single attack from the heavenly flame void lightning even if they worked together. From this, it could be seen how powerful the lightning was. However, that human brat from the outside world was able to force the heavenly flame void lightning to flee in panic. Could it be that even though the heavenly flame void lightning clearly had the upper hand when they tried to stop it, it only attacked and left? Could it be that it didn't attack them? This kind of result left everyone dumbfounded. Just how terrifying was Du Xiaofu? How could this be? Song Shan Skeleton, who was standing alone in a corner, was also extremely shocked as he watched this scene unfold in a daze. He had spoken rudely several times, insinuating that Du Xiaofu would die in the hands of the heavenly flame void lightning. However, he was shocked by Du Xiaoyao. Gradually, resentment towards Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao rose in his heart. When the lava erupted earlier, the ice and fire ancestors, Dai Lu, and the ownerless broken sword had all returned with serious injuries. However, that human brat was nowhere to be seen. This caused Song Mountain Skeleton to feel extremely pleased. Even those supreme powerhouses couldn't get away. That human brat didn't appear for a long time. He must have died in the hands of the heavenly flame void lightning. However, what he saw now made Song Shan Skeleton feel even more terrified. Could it be that this scene of lava eruption was caused by that kid? Song Shan Skeleton muttered in fear. Perhaps this was the only explanation. One had to know that the extremely terrifying heavenly flame void lightning could only flee in the face of that purple-robed youth. Humph, damn thing. Since when did you have the right to tell my boss what to do? At the side, Du Xiaoyao didn't show much emotion. After all, he had grown up with Du Xiaofu all these years and had seen too many unbelievable things. He was already used to it. He calmly looked at the terrified Song Shan Skeleton and said coldly, "I've tolerated you for a long time. If I don't beat you up today, my name isn't Du Xiaoyao." As he spoke, a roar that shook the heavens erupted from his mouth, causing the void to collapse. Under this roar, the mountain range below broke and collapsed, turning into powder. Amidst the golden light, a huge red-bone horse-ape occupied the void. It waved a palm that could cover the sky and the sun, and slammed it down on Song Shan Skeleton. Red-bone horse-ape. His true form is a red-bone horse-ape. The Song Shan Skeleton's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Its ghostly face also changed color. In his heart, endless regret soared. He shouldn't have provoked these two people. Run! There was no need to think at all. He instantly retreated. During this process, his body transformed, and his emaciated body disappeared, turning into a snow-white skull. This skull was missing a lower jaw, and two faint green lights shone in its deep eye socket. Waves of yin qi spread out, enveloping the skull as it fled. It swept down to the mountain range below, burrowed into the ground, and disappeared. "You think you can escape from me with just you?" Du Xiaoyao's loud voice resounded. His palm followed closely behind Song Shan's skeleton and slammed down on the ground where it disappeared. Boom! A terrifying shock wave spread out, piercing through the void and shattering it continuously. Endless soil, stones, and wood flew into the sky, covering everything. But in this scene, a beam of light emitting a sinister aura could be seen hurriedly shuttling through the smoke and dust, escaping into the distance. Soon, it disappeared from this area. Humph! Seeing this, Du Xiaoyao snorted coldly. The red-bone horse-ape moved his legs, and with a single step, he was hundreds of miles away. He disappeared into the distance with Song Shan's skeleton, disappearing without a trace. Sacred Demon Hall, Heishui He, and some other itinerant cultivators saw all of this and smiled bitterly at each other. What they had seen today had truly shocked them. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was much more terrifying than the legends said. And that wasn't all. This brother of his didn't seem to be much worse. Song Shan's skeleton was one of the strongest in the entire demon realm, but he could only be chased by the golden-robed youth. But not long after, while these people were still in shock, they saw Du Xiaoyao return once again. At this time, he had already returned to the appearance of a golden-robed youth. In one of his hands, he was holding a skeleton that had lost its luster. Only a weak aura of life could be felt from it. Song Shan's skeleton had actually been captured. Du Xiaoyao returned to the gathering place of the various forces with Song Shan's skeleton in his hand. However, he didn't take any further action. Instead, he turned his gaze to another battlefield in the distance. There, Du Xiaofu and the heavenly flame void lightning were fighting. Both of them had a trace of the embryonic form of the law of lightning. The scene of their battle was magnificent and terrifying. Under their control, bolts of lightning descended like a tsunami, causing the heavens and earth to seethe. After controlling the law of lightning, they didn't need too much Xian Qi to support them. With just a thought, they could summon an incomparably terrifying attack. Human, let me go. I promise that I won't have any ideas about your 7 spiritual thunders in the future. As for who can get the other spiritual thunders, it'll all depend on their own luck. How about it? In the battle, the heavenly flame void lightning's voice sounded, with a hint of compromise. The current situation was something that he could never have imagined. Originally, he had the absolute advantage, and could take down this human youth and take the 7 spiritual thunders for himself. But unexpectedly, this purple-robed youth withstood the enormous pressure and inexplicably comprehended a trace of the law of lightning, causing the outcome of the battle to be reversed in an instant. Moreover, he couldn't escape even after using all his strength to escape and was easily intercepted by this young man. What right do you think you have to talk terms with me now? Du Xiaofu replied coldly without the slightest pity. He was determined to get the spiritual thunders. There was no room for negotiation. No matter what, he wouldn't let the heavenly flame void lightning leave. Moreover, he had the upper hand now. It could be said that he was suppressing him. There was no reason to talk terms. Boy, don't go too far. If you really want to force me, we'll fight to the death. Your strength is impressive, but it hasn't reached the level that I can't surpass. If you're smart enough, let me go. From now on, we'll mind our own business. The heavenly flame void lightning spoke fiercely, the threat thick, but at the same time, it revealed a hint of pleading. The purple-robed youth's strange spatial means appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He could completely ignore the obstruction of space and instantly appear in front of him to intercept. No matter how he fled, he couldn't shake it off at all. This was where the heavenly flame void lightning truly lost all hope. No need to talk about any terms. Whatever tricks you have, just use them. I, Du Xiaofu, will receive them all. Du Xiaofu chuckled and waved his hand lightly. Lightning that filled the sky poured down from the sky, blasting fiercely towards the heavenly flame void lightning. He naturally saw through the heavenly flame void lightning's thoughts and also knew that the other party already felt fear. If it were before, Du Xiaofu did not comprehend the fledgling form of laws and was indeed not the heavenly flame void lightning's match. But now, the gap in cultivation realm disappeared. Relying on his various means, wanting to overcome this spiritual thunder was indeed not considered a difficult thing. Even if the other party wanted to self-detonate his demonic energy, he was also not afraid. Chapter 2584. Du Xiaofu's words immediately enraged the heavenly flame void thunder. At the same time, he also understood that the purple-robed youth was speaking the truth. There was absolutely no chance of reconciliation between the two of them today. It could only end with one side completely defeated. Brat, you want to subdue me? Dream on. The heavenly flame void thunder roared. Its dark body emitted a blinding black light that penetrated all obstacles. This black light carried the power of thunder and was also mixed with blazing fire. It spread out in the void, causing the distant spectators of the holy monster temple, He Shui He, and the others to feel their bodies go numb. Every pore on their bodies opened up and sizzled electricity passed through their bodies. The circulation of their demonic energy was greatly hindered. The heavenly flame void thunder's attack was still guided by the laws of thunder. Endless black light scattered in the void and quickly condensed into an incomparably thick bolt of lightning. It was like a black river that stretched across the sky as it directly bombarded Du Xiaofu. I don't have the time to play with you. A light shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Then, the purple-gold heavenly tower was summoned. It swept out from between his eyebrows and expanded with the wind. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles erupted as a terrifying pressure swept through the world. Accompanying it was a heaven-piercing sword aura that manifested. This sword aura was formed from the combination of several different colored bolts of lightning. It was mixed with a purple-gold light and carried with it a power that could destroy everything. It was peerlessly domineering. The sword light was shaped like an azure dragon and also like a bolt of lightning. It twisted and wriggled in the void, and with a thunderous momentum, it fiercely collided with the river of black lightning created by the heavenly flame void lightning. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated. Large swaths of runes were shattered. Vast amounts of energy roared like a tsunami, collapsing everything. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The mountain range below the two of them collapsed one after another, turning into rubble that filled the sky. The space was pierced through like a beehive, and densely packed holes appeared. It was incomparably terrifying. Violent energy poured out, sweeping in all directions. It shook the 9 heavens and shook the 9 hells, annihilating everything in its path. Quick, retreat. Don't get hit by the shockwaves. This human use strength is too terrifying. Pervert, too perverted. In the distance, the people of the sacred monster palace, Black Water River, and other forces saw this scene, and all of them started to flee. A few Sage Realm consummate experts took the lead, and they didn't even turn their heads back. They were afraid that they would be affected by this energy storm. Even several experts of the Sage accomplished realm would have been injured if they had been grazed by this energy tide. So, it was needless to say for those with weaker cultivations. Only Dai Lu, who was holding the feather fan in her hand, glanced back at the battlefield as she fled. His eyes flickered with a bright light. No one knew what he was thinking. The calmest of them all was Du Xiaoyao. Although he also retreated, he did not show too much shock. He was already used to Du Xiaofu's freakishness. However, there was a strange light flashing in the eye sockets of the skull in his hand. Even the skull, which had no flesh and blood, seemed to show an extremely frightened expression. This group of people quickly fled over 1,000 li away before stopping. They all looked at the place where Du Xiaofu was fighting with the heavenly flame void lightning with shock and horror. They saw the rain of stones passing by the purple-robed young man. His body paused in the air for a moment, and then he suddenly disappeared from where he was. This was not the first time that they had seen such a scene. All of them were mentally prepared. They all turned their eyes to the heavenly flame void lightning on the other side. At this time, Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared in front of the dark ball of light. He was even faster than everyone could see. The heavenly flame void lightning was no longer as arrogant as it was at the beginning. When it saw Du Xiaofu coming to its side, an indescribable feeling of horror rose in its heart. Without thinking, its body suddenly began to swell violently, and an extremely vast aura burst out from it. A dangerous aura filled the air in an instant. It made people feel as if a terrifying lord had come to destroy everything. As long as he was angry, all the creatures in the world could only die. Oh no, the heavenly flame void lightning is going to go all out. This place is dangerous. Retreat again. Song Song shouted in the distance. In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. Everyone was aware that danger was coming, and they all fled into the distance again. The heavenly flame void lightning is extremely powerful. This time, it is going to explode its beast energy. I don't know if that human boy can withstand it. It's good that both of them are injured. Only in this way can the demon realm be peaceful. Yes, that human is really terrible. With him around, the demon realm will not be peaceful. If both of them are injured, we may have a chance to get the heavenly flame void lightning. The sacred demon palace does not want to get involved in the devil religion. I hope that boy will not push it too far. Everyone discussed in private as they fled. Previously, when they had joined forces, they had been injured by the heavenly flame void lightning. They knew how terrifying it was. If it really wanted to explode its beast energy, no one could escape if they were too close, including the purple-robed young man. Is it really going to go all out? Du Xiaofu murmured. He found that the heavenly flame void lightning's aura was constantly rising. It did not hesitate to consume its own cultivation to prepare for this attack, which made him feel a little threatened. If they were to fight head-on, the heavenly flame void lightning would not be inferior to Du Xiaofu even at this time. It was only because he had the space profound of the golden-winged great rocks that he had extreme speed that did not give the opponent the slightest chance to escape. This was why the heavenly flame void lightning was forced into such a situation. However, Du Xiaofu could see that the heavenly flame void lightning cherished its life very much. It would not explode its beast energy so easily. At most, it would fight until both of them were injured. Even so, if it was allowed to unleash its attack, it would probably cause Du Xiaofu serious injuries. At that time, both of them would be exhausted, and the heavenly flame void lightning would have a chance to escape. However, Du Xiaofu would not give it the chance to unleash its attack freely. As he spoke, he gently waved one hand. The silver net soul-devouring lightning, earth-shattering lightning, great sky lightning, and the other lightning bolts were guided. They whizzed out and attacked the heavenly flame void lightning at the same time. At the same time, the mysterious law brand on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit constantly circulated with a strange power. It supported the 7 lightning bolts, causing them to display a power that was many times stronger than before. Boom! 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 The 7 lightning bolts shone with terrifying light. They split up and surrounded the heavenly flame void lightning. Bolts of lightning surged and released arcs of electricity. As they connected with each other, they also connected with the heavenly flame void lightning, forming a strange diagram. This diagram overlapped with the law brand on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit by a small portion. Its shape and trajectory were exactly the same. It was also because of this that Du Xiaoyao, Song Song, Saixia Fairy, Xue Tu, Dai Lu, Ownerless Broken Sword, and the others witnessed a strange scene. The heavenly flame void lightning, which had been constantly surging, suddenly seemed to be frozen under the encirclement of the other 7 lightning bolts. It did not undergo any further changes. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's actions seemed very strange. He did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in front of the heavenly flame void lightning and gently closed his eyes. However, arcs of electricity constantly fluctuated from his body, mixed with purplish gold light. That frightening and dangerous aura had also vanished without a trace. It had suddenly disappeared from the world, causing everyone's tense bodies and nerves to relax for a moment. Wasn't the heavenly flame void lightning going to go all out? Why did it suddenly stop moving? It should have self-destructed. It would have been better if both sides suffered. It would have given the demon realm some peace, and also give us a chance to subdue this lightning bolt. I'm afraid there's no chance. That human boy is too strange. The heavenly flame void lightning is about to be subdued by him. I'm interested to know what level he'll reach if he really subdues this lightning bolt. Everyone discussed and looked nervously at Du Xiaofu and the heavenly flame void lightning. The disappearance of the dangerous aura caused the rest of the people to stop running and look back. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, the rock emperor of the desolate country. He really lives up to his reputation. He's really powerful. Different from everyone else's reaction, Dai Lu's expression did not change at all. However, the words that came out of her mouth were filled with great admiration. The few people from the sacred demon palace did not notice Dai Lu's expression. Otherwise, they would have all been on guard. In the void in the distance, Du Xiaofu stood quietly with his eyes closed. In front of him, the strange pattern formed by the 8 lightning bolts was constantly rotating. There was a faint, mysterious connection between them, and they were constantly changing shape. Every time the pattern formed, it echoed with a part of the law imprint that was engraved in his mind. A mysterious power rose in the field, with the rhythm of nature and the trajectory of the changes of all things. In such a scene, time passed slowly. The 8 lightning bolts approached Du Xiaofu's body step by step until finally, they turned into a mass of colorful light and rushed into his glabella. At this time, Du Xiaofu still did not make any other movements. He still maintained his standing posture with his eyes closed. All the lightning on his body disappeared and drilled into his body. Not a trace of it leaked out. All of his aura was retracted, making him look incomparably ordinary. However, the more ordinary he was, the more unfathomable it was. All the onlookers felt that there was an indescribable strange fluctuation coming from the purple-robed young man. It was as if he was in harmony with nature, in harmony with heaven and earth, as if he had merged into one. Chapter 2585. The heavenly flame void lightning seems to be fusing with that human boy. He can fuse multiple spiritual lightnings at the same time. How did he do it? That's nothing. The aura coming from his body is really strange. It seems peaceful, but it makes people shrink back and don't dare to touch it. That's right. Even the Earth Demon Patriarch and the Black Water Monarch didn't have such a situation. That kid, what kind of state did he enter? Many creatures from the demon realm watched and discussed among themselves. Du Xiaofu's performance was strange and strange. However, one thing was certain. The heavenly flame void lightning had been completely subdued by him and was fusing with him. As long as the fusion was successful, he would have 8 spiritual lightnings in his body. This kind of situation made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. If it were anyone else, they would have been blown to smithereens due to the conflicting attributes of the spiritual lightnings. Boss seems to be breaking through again. Du Xiaoyao carried Songshan's skeleton's body in the crowd and whispered to herself, if Boss takes another step, he should be in the heavenly saint realm, right? What kind of realm would that be? Du Xiaoyao couldn't help but look forward to it. Due to the war in the primordial age, the heavenly axiom, the lords of the 3,000 major worlds, and the dragon god had helped to construct the eternal tomb. All the essence energy of this world was channeled through the array to suppress the demon god, causing the power of heaven and earth to weaken and even reach the point of exhaustion. Therefore, in this realm, other than those who had broken through to the heavenly saint realm before the primordial age, no one else could enter the heavenly saint realm. After the appearance of the eternal tomb and the demon god's escape, this pattern was broken. Among the countless creatures, more and more people entered the heavenly saint realm. However, to this day, no one had been able to break through the most powerful realm of the heavenly saint realm. This realm was the legendary heavenly saint realm. Even East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, Central Divinity, and a few others hadn't recovered to their peak strength after the suppression between heaven and earth was lifted. If Du Xiaofu could step into the heavenly saint realm today, wouldn't he be the most powerful person in the world? Boss, you have to work harder. If you can be the first one to break into the realm of heavenly saint as your brother, I will have a lot of faith when I walk in the 3 continents and Kyushu realm. A devilish smile appeared on Du Xiaoyao's handsome face. Golden light flickered in his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu's calm and peaceful aura lasted for more than an hour. Within the mountain range, the morning sun rose and sprinkled down its radiance. It slowly illuminated the entire mountain range, revealing the mess everywhere. That was the result of the great battle. The morning sun shone on everyone and also on Du Xiaofu, who was standing in the air. It dyed his body golden and made him look mysterious. Just when everyone thought that he would continue to be calm, the purple-robed young man standing in the void suddenly opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 long and narrow bolts of lightning shot out from those eyes. Sizzle! The void was torn apart and the 2 thunderbolts went straight into the crack in the void. No one knew where they went. As this happened, Du Xiaofu's body changed even more. His robe fluttered in the void even though there was no wind. The thunder martial vein appeared on the surface of his body and then rushed into the sky. It spread out like a huge net and covered a radius of a few hundred miles. The thick thunderbolts stretched across the void like strong ropes that were connected to each other. Like the previous 8 thunderbolts, they formed a mysterious pattern. At the same time, they resonated with Du Xiaofu's body. The 8 thunderbolts also rushed out and separated into 8 directions. They were embedded in the 8 meridian nodes of the thunder martial vein. Among them, the heavenly flame void thunder also existed. However, the heavenly flame void thunder did not have any intention of resisting. It was completely under Du Xiaofu's control. After the thunder martial vein and the 8 thunderbolts appeared one after another, endless thunderclouds suddenly gathered high in the sky and quickly covered the light of the morning sun. It was as if the night had come again. It was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. Boom, boom, boom. In the thunderclouds high in the sky, there were thunderbolts as thick as mountains rolling and flashing. They were like a terrifying dragon swimming in the sky. As the thunder dragon moved, the void rumbled and the whole world trembled. This scene caused the 2 ice and fire ancestors, Fairy Rosy Clouds, Song Song, the ownerless broken sword, Dai Lu, blood disciple, and the others, who were not far from Du Xiaofu, to feel their scalps go numb. Their backs couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, drenching their clothes. However, all of this did not stop there. The thundercloud was still expanding, spreading to all directions. In an instant it had spread to a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, and it showed no signs of stopping. Many places in the demon realm were covered. For a moment countless demon spirits were shocked. They did not know what was going on. Boom, 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 boom. Thunderbolts struck down. The world seemed to be boiling. A vast pressure descended on the world, causing all the demon spirits to feel their hearts palpitate for no reason. As the thunderclouds continued to expand, all the creatures in the demon realm were alarmed. They all showed themselves and looked up at the sky. What's going on? It's so scary. Is the demon realm going to be destroyed? I'm afraid some unknown ferocious creature has appeared. Run. We can't escape. Everywhere is like this. There's nowhere to hide. Perhaps only by escaping from the demon realm can we avoid this disaster. But where is the exit of the demon realm? We don't know at all. The creatures in the demon realm panicked. They shouted and yelled anxiously, looking for a place to hide. However, what made everyone despair was that no matter where they ran, they could not escape the endless thunderclouds above their heads. The terrifying pressure swept down, causing everyone to tremble. Most of the demon spirits were below the demon emperor realm. They could not resist such pressure at all. Soon, they prostrated themselves on the ground and revealed their true forms. They turned into stones, trees, vines, and puddles of mud. The scene that Du Xiaofu had created was too shocking. Millions of miles away from the Yin mountain where he was the most powerful force in the demon realm. There stood an ancient and mysterious palace. It was vast and majestic, and it emitted a strong demonic aura. On the high lintel of the hall, there were 3 incomparably bold words written on it: Sacred Demon Hall. When the thunderclouds that filled the sky spread to this place, the countless powerful creatures in the surroundings instantly sensed that something was wrong. The older demon spirits were at least at the demon venerable realm. Most of them were even at the demon domain realm. At the same time, there were also hundreds of sacred demon realm experts. At this time, these experts all put down the things in their hands or walked out of their respective cultivation places. They flew up into the sky and looked up nervously. Everyone's eyes were filled with endless confusion. However, compared to the demon spirits in other places, the demon spirits here were a lot calmer. What's going on? Could it be caused by the demon god in the outside world? It shouldn't be. The war in the outside world hasn't spread to the demon realm yet. Looking at the source, it seems to be in the direction of the Yin mountain. Could it be that a terrifying demon lord is making a breakthrough? It's just that the movement caused by this is too big. What kind of realm did he break through to cause such a scene? Could it be? Everyone started to discuss. When the last person said the word, could it be, everyone looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. They all knew that after the word, could it be, the words Heavenly Saint Realm were omitted. Below them, in the building of the sacred demon temple, there was a huge futon. However, on the futon, there was no one sitting cross-legged. Instead, there was a stone the size of a palm lying there quietly. Before the commotion outside could reach this place, the small stone on the praying mat emitted a faint glow. Soon after, the glow was quickly withdrawn. However, the moment such a change happened, they only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the stone had disappeared. At the same time, an old man appeared out of thin air and stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. This old man had a head of white hair and no beard. His body and face looked tight, giving off an incomparably strong feeling. In those old eyes there was a strong sense of determination. At a glance, one could tell that he was a person with a firm mind, and it was very difficult for his beliefs to be shaken by external affairs. When did such a strong person appear in the demon realm? He's actually comprehending the power of law and breaking through to the heavenly saint realm? The old man said, his tone not fluctuating too much. Although he was not calm in his heart and felt a certain degree of surprise, he did not show too much shock. As he spoke, the old man's figure flashed slightly and disappeared from the building of the sacred demon hall. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the sacred demon hall and stood side by side with the many strong people of the sacred demon hall. His appearance quickly attracted everyone's attention. The ancestor is here. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Seeing the old man come out, everyone recovered from the shock and bowed to the old man one by one, not daring to show the slightest neglect. In the face of everyone's respect, the old man's expressionless face was still calm, as if he did not see them at all. He did not even make a sound of acknowledgement. He was so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. However, when the people next to him saw this scene, they did not seem surprised and straightened their backs after bowing to him. In the demon realm, in the sacred demon hall, there were only two people who were qualified to be called ancestor. They were the heavenly demon ancestor and the earth demon ancestor. However, the heavenly demon ancestor had disappeared for many years and had not been seen since. No one knew where he had gone or if he was still alive. Only a few people would occasionally hear the heavenly demon ancestor's name from the earth demon ancestor. It seemed that he still missed his old friend who had disappeared for many years. Therefore, strictly speaking, the real ruler of the sacred demon hall was the earth demon ancestor. Moreover, he had another name, the stone demon ancestor. This name was related to his body and his temperament. Ancestor, do you know the cause of this commotion? Someone came up to the old man and asked. Someone is breaking through. The stone demon ancestor answered concisely. However, the content of his words shocked everyone around him. What kind of person is breaking through? How could he attract thunderclouds thousands of miles away? It's like the end of the world. Since when was there such an elite in the demon realm? I don't think so. If there is such an elite in the demon realm, his strength should be above the ancestors. This person is definitely not a nobody. We should be able to guess it. The people discussed openly in front of the stone demon ancestor. As they spoke, they glanced at the old man. Could it be the one from the Black Water River? Someone guessed. However, when this sentence was uttered, everyone present, with the exception of the earth demon old ancestor, was shocked. The one from the Black Water River was naturally the Black Water Monarch. For many years, the sacred demon hall and the Black Water River were at odds. They were like fire and water and could not tolerate each other. If the other party had not occupied the Black Water River, they would have been wiped out by the sacred demon hall. If it was really the Black Water Monarch who had broken through, he must have comprehended the embryonic form of the law and had surpassed the complete sacred demon realm. Judging from the current commotion, it was very likely that the Black Water Monarch had broken through to the heavenly saint realm. When that happened, the balance between the two parties would be broken and the sacred demon hall would be at a disadvantage. Given the Black Water Monarch's wild ambition, he would definitely not allow the sacred demon hall to exist. This kind of result made everyone feel nervous. It's not him. It's someone else, the stone demon ancestor said flatly. When the people heard this, they instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the Black Water Monarch, it was not a bad thing for the sacred demon hall. After all, the entire demon realm was under the control of the sacred demon hall. No one dared to challenge the authority of the sacred demon hall. However, in the next moment, doubts arose in the hearts of the people. Other than the Black Water Monarch, who else had the strength to see the truth of the law? One should know that in the entire demon realm, after the disappearance of the heavenly demon ancestor, the strongest person was the stone demon ancestor and the Black Water Monarch. Could it be that there was another demon spirit who had surpassed these two peerless figures and reached the heavenly saint realm first? If there was such a person, it would be impossible for no one to know about it. However, no matter how hard the people scratched their heads, they could not figure out who it was. I thought of someone. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, an old man at the peak of the Saint Demon stage spoke up. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. "Who is it?" someone asked eagerly. "I just received news that two people had appeared not far from the seal of the demon realm's entrance. These two people came from the outside world. I'm sure everyone is familiar with their names," the complete sacred demon realm elder said. "Two people from the outside world? Who are they?" someone asked. "These two people are extremely famous in the outside world, and their names have spread throughout the entire 3 continents and 9 continents. One of them is a demon spirit, and he's the legendary red-bone horse monkey. He's young, but his strength is incomparably terrifying. The other person is also young, but even more terrifying. According to the news from the younger generation of the Sacred Demon Palace, this person is called Du Xiaofu, the Rock Emperor of the Barren Country. He's also known as the Demon King. Du Xiaofu is less than 30 years old, but he has reached the peak and is looking down on the world. Even the strongest of the older generation is no match for him. Everyone in the outside world knows about his ferocious name. After they entered the demon realm, they inquired about the situation of the forces in the demon realm. After that, they appeared in Billow City, but they seemed to have found out something and went to Yin's End Mountain. The old man said a lot in one breath, without even pausing in the middle. After he finished speaking, some of the people around him were puzzled, while others were stunned. Even the Earth Demon Ancestor, who was standing on the side, raised his eyebrows. "If this is the case, I'm afraid it's not far from the truth. Yin's End Mountain. There's news that a spiritual thunder has appeared there. Song Song, the 2 ancestors of ice and fire, Rosy Cloud's fairy, and the others have already rushed there. It's said that one of the strongest ultimacies that Du Xiaofu has mastered is the thunder ultimacy. It's reasonable that he went for the spiritual thunder. With such a commotion, I'm afraid that Song Song and the ice ancestor have failed. The spiritual thunder in Yin's End Mountain must have fallen into Du Xiaofu's hands. That makes sense. Du Xiaofu must have used the spiritual thunder to break through and step into the heavenly saint realm." The crowd started discussing again. Under the inference of the old monsters, it was exactly the same as the truth. The Demon King Du Xiaofu, the Barren Country's Rock Emperor, and the Red-Bone Horse Ape. Why did these two come to the demon realm? I don't know if his arrival is a blessing or a curse for the entire demon realm. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is fighting the devil religion to the death in the outside world. I'm afraid he's plotting something against the demon realm. No matter what his purpose is, if he's a hindrance to the demon realm, we can't let him have his way so easily. But if he's really broken through to the heavenly saint realm, who in the demon realm can stop him? Many people began to worry. They were afraid that the Demon King's arrival would cause unimaginable turmoil in the demon realm. Impossible. At this time, Ancestor Wancher spoke again. This time, it was rare for him to say so much. I've heard of the Demon King Du Xiaofu's name. But it's impossible for him to break through to the heavenly saint realm in one go. Even during the primeval times, such a realm was in existence that was extremely difficult to attain. But judging from the thunderclouds in front of us, to be able to cause such a huge commotion, his strength after breaking through must be terrifying. He might even be a half-step heavenly saint. If that's the case, it's indeed terrifying. Chapter 2586. Half-step heavenly saint, someone murmured, as if imagining what kind of terrifying realm it was. As the name implied, half-step heavenly saint was half a step into the heavenly saint realm, and it was only a short distance away from the final realm. It could also be said that as long as one reached the half-step heavenly saint realm, the final heavenly saint realm would be achieved naturally under continuous accumulation. The height of half-step heavenly saint realm was like a high mountain in the eyes of a perfected saint realm powerhouse, and it was difficult to reach. Everyone from the sacred demon palace fell into silence. After the earth demon grand ancestor finished speaking, he did not pay attention to them. Instead, his figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. The grand ancestor has left. He must have gone to the Een mountain. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Many powerhouses also moved one after another, disappearing from the sky and rushing to the Een mountain. 6 million miles south of the sacred demon temple, there was a large river that flowed from west to east. Unlike other rivers, the water of this great river was not clear and green, flowing quietly, nor was it surging and roaring. Instead, it was a scene of tranquility. Occasionally, 1 or 2 pitch-black bubbles would roll up like ink. There were almost no fish living in the large river. However, on both sides of the river, there were many trees and vegetation that looked very strange, and it was very different from what one could see in other places. Once ordinary creatures approached this place, there would be a gust of death chi in the air that would enter their bodies and erode their bodies and souls. Such a large river had a name that everyone in the demon realm knew. It was not much weaker than the sacred demon temple, the strongest force in the demon realm, because its name was Black Water River. At this moment, the thunderclouds that had spread out from the direction of Een Mountain quickly covered the area as well. They covered the sky, causing the meandering black river below to become even darker and gloomier. The thunderclouds that filled the sky kept rolling and surging, oppressing the entire space to the point that it became oppressive. The branches and leaves of the trees on both sides of the river began to sway. The trees moved without wind, and soul power fluctuated from their bodies as they spied on the sky. Not long after, in the stagnant Black Water River, a part of the river suddenly rose up, like a giant's robe, and like a huge bubble on the river surface, it was as tall as a mountain. When this black bubble appeared, the trees on both sides of the river moved again, and the top of the branches bent as if bowing to this bubble. "Greetings, my lord." The trees were speaking in human language. "Rise." A loud voice came from the bubble, and it was clear and domineering. Then, the shape of the huge bubble changed. Lord was a middle-aged man in a black robe, standing in the void. The black-robed man was neither fat nor was he thin was his face, and his face was it? A green beard was added a domineering aura. His eyes, which were shining brightly, were currently looking towards the north, brimming with vigor. Breaking through to the heavenly saint realm? What kind of person has such ability? The middle-aged man's eyes were burning, and he whispered to himself, "Is it that old, stinky, and hard rock? It doesn't seem like it." After the man stood quietly for a while, he suddenly rushed into the distance, and his clothes were taut in the wind, flapping loudly. At the same time, an unquestionable voice came from his body and landed on both sides of the Black Water River. "Everyone, guard the Black Water River, don't leave." This seat is really curious about such a powerhouse. The last sentence was more like he was talking to himself. When this sentence was covered by the oppressive air, the man's figure also disappeared into the sky, and not a single fluctuation could be detected. End Mountain. The great battle from before had turned this vast area into ruins. Lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the broken mountain range and causing it to flicker between light and darkness. The thunderclouds in the sky were very low. Standing on the ground, it seemed that one could reach them with one hand. Two ancestors of ice and fire, Song Song, Fairy Rosy Clouds, Ownerless Broken Sword, Dai Lu, Blood Disciple, and the others all descended from the void and landed on the mountain rocks. Little Demon Du also carried Song Shan's skull and stood on the ground. Only Du Xiaofu was still high up in the sky. Above his head, the endless thunderclouds were tightly clinging to him. The thunder martial vein and the 8 spiritual thunders were distributed around him, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. Powerful energy was gathering from all directions, and it was bound in the area covered by the thunder martial vein. The sky was sinking and the earth was steaming. Through a faint connection, they were flowing into Du Xiaofu's body. Under this effect, a fierce and monstrous majesty kept growing in his body, as if it had triggered the power of heaven and earth. Endless energy kept pouring into the purple-robed young man's body. Following that, the aura emitted from Du Xiaofu's body became more and more vast. In the end, waves of energy condensed into liquid form and flowed into his body. The energy seemed gentle and harmless, and it was extremely pure. Once it was absorbed into the body, it could greatly improve one's cultivation. But no one dared to do so. The 2 ancestors of ice and fire, Rosy Clouds Fairy, Dai Lu, Ownerless Broken Sword, and the others all felt their eyelids twitch. Everyone understood in their hearts that this was caused by that human brat. If they forcefully touched and plundered it, that gentle energy would instantly become incomparably violent, possessing absolute killing power. They had no doubt that if they had lived long enough, they could go to the purple-robed young man and they would definitely end up with nothing left. The ultimate destination of all living creatures in this world is the heavenly saint realm. I'm afraid that this human boy will really become the first heavenly saint realm expert since the Archean Age. Ice ancestor of the 2 ancestors of ice and fire looked up and murmured, "No, how can the heavenly saint realm be so easy to reach? It requires mastering a part of the power of law." Based on his previous battle with the heavenly flame void thunder, his cultivation is indeed at the consummate saint realm. Then, he suddenly comprehended and mastered some embryonic forms of the power of law. Therefore, this breakthrough is only one step on the path of the consummate saint realm. He is only a thin layer away from the heavenly saint realm. Song Song denied. He found it hard to imagine that it was almost impossible to break through from the consummate saint realm to the heavenly saint realm. Haha, I'm afraid there will be an unexpected surprise. I think that he can reach the half-step heavenly saint realm. Chapter 2587. I'm afraid there will be an unexpected surprise. I think he will be able to reach the half-step heavenly saint realm this time. Suddenly Dai Lu, the archenemy of the sacred demon palace, took over Song Song's words and said with a smile. In the face of Dai Lu's words, Song Song, the 2 ancestors of ice and fire did not refute. After the shock, they fell silent and seemed to be looking forward to it. Half-step heavenly saint realm. That means he's half a step into the heavenly saint realm. It's only a matter of time before he reaches the real heavenly saint realm. This human should be quite young. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Rosy Clouds Fairy raised her lotus foot and gently took a step forward, saying. Her beautiful eyes, which were looking at the purple-robed young man, flickered with a strange light. Du Xiaoyao, who was standing to the side, did not speak. He knew very little about the heavenly saint realm, even less than Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaoyao's golden eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu, who was standing in the air. His fists couldn't help but clench tightly, and the Tsang Mountain skeleton's body in his hand was clenched so tightly that it made a creaking sound. It was obvious that he was somewhat nervous. Over the years, he knew Du Xiaofu's experience better than anyone else. All the burdens were on his boss's shoulders. Now that the great calamity of the devil religion was imminent, if they did not have enough strength, when the devil god fully recovered, everyone would die without a burial place. His boss was the person chosen by the master of the 3,000 sectors and the dragon god. Every increase in his strength would bring more hope to the living beings of this world. It should be known that even though the devil god was also greatly suppressed in this world, he still had the peak strength that the living beings of this world could reach, the complete heavenly saint realm. If no one could stand up and lead the living beings with a disdainful attitude to stop the great calamity, then this world could only be turned into a sea of blood and become a devil's realm. "Boss, you must do your best," Du Xiaoyao said quietly. In Yinzhu Mountain, Du Xiaofu's transformation was still ongoing. In Kyushu, the Tianhuang continent, the Chernhuang continent, the ancient wastelands continent, and the beast realm, all living beings were busy with matters of cultivation. However, all of a sudden, some of the supreme experts suddenly felt a trace of fluctuation that continuously entered their senses. At a place where the gloomy baleful aura gathered, there stood a figure that was as tall as a mountain. This figure just stood there quietly, but it made people feel palpitations and fear for no reason. Thick demonic energy fluctuated from his body, and the terrifying smell of blood filled the world. If one looked closely, they would be able to see mountains of corpses, seas of blood flowing, demons slaughtering, living creatures wailing, and remnant souls howling. As soon as the commotion from the demon realm reached here, the mountain-like figure moved. He gently twisted his body, and the void rumbled as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Soon, several figures flew over, stopped in front of the figure, and bowed respectfully. In front of the huge figure, these people were as insignificant as ants in front of an elephant. "Lord Demon God!" Several figures called out in unison, incomparably respectful. "I can sense that the seal of the demon realm has been broken. That kid has become even stronger." The huge figure slowly spoke, and his voice resounded through the 9 heavens. "Lord, that kid's breakthrough will definitely bring an even greater obstacle to our devil religion. Why don't we take advantage of the time when he's breaking through to kill him?" Someone below said. "This time, I will personally make a trip to the demon realm. The fluctuations from there made me feel a familiar aura. It's exactly what I need to recover." The demon god stared into the distance and said, "Recovery item. Could it be, the person who spoke earlier spoke again? Go and prepare. Last time, we didn't get the Cosmos pouch. This time, that kid happens to be in the demon realm. We can use him to open that secret place. We can't fail again. The more time we waste, the more variables our devil religion will face." The demon god said. "Yes." Several figures below responded in unison, and then quickly retreated. Desolate Country, Stone City. Medicine Saint Yi Wuming was originally explaining some matters to some of the Desolate Country's disciples, but he suddenly felt an unusual movement. He didn't even have time to greet them before he suddenly rushed into the palace hall. When he arrived, there was already an exquisite figure standing there. Yi Wuming glanced over and saw a peerlessly sharp sword floating above the hall. It was Du Xiaofu's Bawing, the Desolate Country's seal of the Desolate Country. At this moment, the Bawing was shining with golden light, and there were 9 huge golden dragon phantoms coiling around it. A vast amount of dragon chi was constantly being absorbed by it. Along with it, the aura in the entire hall was rising, and Yi Wuming felt like he was about to suffocate. He wanted to kneel before the Bawing. "Lady Hunji, what happened? Why did the Bawing undergo such a change?" Yi Wuming took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions before asking the exquisite figure. The strength of the woman in front of him was much higher than his. Furthermore, she had been ordered by Du Xiaofu to stay in the desolate country to prevent the devil religion from attacking. Therefore, even with Yi Wuming's status, he was very polite to this woman. Hun Ji's beautiful eyes were shining with a peerless brilliance. I sensed a huge movement coming from the demon realm. It seems like someone is breaking through. Hun Ji retracted her gaze and smiled gently at Yi Wuming as her red lips parted slightly. She also had respect for this old man who controlled almost all the trivial matters of the desolate country. At the very least, she was much nicer than Du Xiaofu. Breaking through? Who is breaking through? How can the commotion be transmitted to the Kyushu? Yi Wuming was stunned when he heard this, and he looked at her in disbelief. Didn't that kid go to the demon realm? He should have arrived a long time ago. Hun Ji said, and a ripple appeared in her large seductive eyes. You mean Yi Wuming was even more stunned? He naturally knew who the kid Hun Ji was referring to, but he still didn't dare to believe it. However, Hun Ji pursed her red lips and motioned for him to look at the buying. Then, Yi Wuming seemed to have been petrified as he stood there in a daze. After a long while, he came back to his senses and said uncertainly, "Could it be that the kid is breaking through to the Sky Saint realm? Otherwise, how could there be such a huge commotion?" "I don't know either, but it should be," Hun Ji said, but then she suddenly turned her gaze to the boundless void and said in an abnormally serious tone, "The demon god seems to be moving." Chapter 2588. The Demon God. When Dr. Wuming heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his gaze was filled with intense hostility. That's right, the demon god has moved. He did not restrain his aura and I sensed it. Hun Ji's eyes flashed with a sharp light. I can feel the terrifying demon chi surging and rushing in a certain direction. If I'm not wrong, it should be the demon realm. The demon god is going to the demon realm. Will Xiaofu be in danger? Yi Wuming was shocked and asked hurriedly. He understood that even with Du Xiaofu's current strength, he was one of the few in the entire world. But compared to the demon god, there was still an insurmountable gap. Even if Du Xiaofu was breaking through to the heavenly saint realm and the demon god had not fully recovered, the gap in strength between the two was still too great. If the demon god was going for him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The demon god did not move earlier or later but chose to go to the demon realm at this time. He is most likely going for that kid, but maybe he has other motives. Hun Ji said. We can't gamble on this matter and we can't afford to gamble. Yi Wuming's voice was deep and serious. I'll immediately make arrangements and inform everyone outside to hurry to the demon realm and help Xiaofu. Hun Ji nodded in agreement and turned to Yi Wuming. The demon god has made his move and is going to the demon realm. The 9 great demon kings and the rest will probably follow him. So, Kyushu will be relatively peaceful and the desolate country will not be in too much danger. Summon some of the people outside to guard this place and send the rest to the demon realm. I'll go first and meet up with that kid as soon as possible. All right, I understand, Yi Wuming said. Hun Ji nodded and then her figure changed, turning into a tornado and quickly disappearing from the hall. Yi Wuming also quickly flew out of the hall and went to make arrangements. At this moment, the ancient desolate continent did not experience great turmoil due to the disappearance of the spatial barrier. Instead, it was extremely peaceful. The enmity between the humans and the beast alliance was resolved because of Du Xiaofu, an outsider. The many years of conflict ended and all the enmity disappeared. The days of fighting to the death in the past no longer existed, and both sides began to share all kinds of resources and territories, growing stronger together. The 8 great clans still existed in the human temple. After the Yu clan was annihilated, the Lu clan took its place and became the new 8th clan. On this day, the disciples of the 8 great clans and some other outstanding disciples of the human race were cultivating in the sacred hall. They were cultivating in front of the stone wall that was engraved with the figures of the ancestors of the human race. But all of a sudden, the stone wall that bore the names of all the outstanding human emperors in the sacred hall began to tremble. In an instant, everyone who was cultivating woke up from their meditation and looked at the stone wall in confusion. But before they could see clearly what was happening, a strong force hit them, adding to each and every one of them. Then, with a flash of light, they were all repelled by the strong force at the same time. Then, they appeared in the huge square in front of the sacred hall. Rumble! Everyone looked up and saw the sacred hall growing bigger and bigger, reaching into the sky like a bamboo shoot that was growing rapidly. Violent tremors were heard, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. Everyone standing in front of the sacred hall felt a little uneasy, and uneasy feeling was brewing in their hearts. What's happening? Dozens of old figures flew through the air and arrived in front of the sacred hall. Seeing these people, the young disciples of the sacred hall all bowed and saluted. They all knew these people. They were the previous human emperor, the elders of the sacred hall, and the ancestors of the 8 great clans. It's the human emperor. The image of the human emperor's sacred hall is changing. Feng Wanran of the Feng clan looked at the sacred hall and said, "Over there, numerous imposing figures appeared. They radiated with light and carried with them powerful auras, causing everyone's blood to boil. But the most eye-catching figure was the figure at the top. It was a young man in a purple robe, surrounded by purple gold lightning. Beside him, there was another illusory figure standing quietly. At this time, the power of the purple-robed figure overshadowed the light of all the ancestors. The light that bloomed was like the brightest star in the night sky, extremely dazzling. The dragon chi of the sacred hall is fluctuating, becoming more and more powerful," Elder Sun Gu of the Sun clan said, feeling the change of the dragon chi in the palace. "Such a change has never happened before. It must be the human emperor's breakthrough that caused all of this, and it's not an ordinary breakthrough." Old Lady Jiang of the Jiang clan said in a trembling voice, her eyes full of horror. "Indeed, I can sense that there seems to be a spatial barrier somewhere disappearing. The fluctuations of the human emperor are coming from there," Old Human Emperor said, confirming Old Lady Jiang's words. "All disciples, quickly enter the sacred hall to cultivate." Sun Gu narrowed his eyes and ordered the young disciples in the square. "But we've all been pushed out. The pressure is too great," a young disciple said. "The dragon chi of the sacred hall has increased greatly. Cultivating in the sacred hall will allow you to absorb more and purer energy. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. As long as you can withstand the pressure, it will bring great benefits to your cultivation in the future," the previous human emperor explained. As soon as he said that, the young people in the square looked at each other. Only one of the youths did not even think about it and directly charged towards the tall lintel of the divine temple. This young man exuded the fluctuations of an initial stage saint. He was Du Xiaofu's disciple, Lin Feng. "Let's go." Seeing this, the rest of the people did not hesitate and began to move forward, resisting the great pressure. Looking at this scene, Old Human Emperor and the other elders nodded silently. All the juniors were the future of the human race. The stronger they were, the more prosperous the human race would be. The human emperor's breakthrough should be infinitely close to the heavenly saint realm, Old Human Emperor said with a gratified smile on his aged face. However, soon, the smile on his face disappeared, and he frowned. "The demon god in the outside world has moved. He's heading in the direction of the human emperor. The demon god is heading in the direction of the human emperor." The patriarchs of the 8 big clans were all shocked. They were not unfamiliar with the demon god's ferocious reputation. Sun Gu said anxiously, "The demon god must be looking for the human emperor because of his breakthrough. It will be a great threat to the human emperor, and it will be disadvantageous to him." "That's right. Therefore, I have to go to the outside world as well. I can't let anything happen to the human emperor." The wrinkles on old human emperor's face spread out as he said solemnly. Chapter 2589. Old Emperor, the older generation of our family clans should follow you. I'm afraid the commotion caused by the demonic god will be huge. The old lady from the Sun family looked at the old emperor and said worriedly. The old emperor nodded lightly and said, "Send someone to the Beast Alliance immediately and inform the Bai Fong clan's clan leader Huang about the situation in the outside world. This world is no longer peaceful. I'm sure the Bai Fong Divine Bird clan will be aware of this as well. However, they don't know about the changes in the Divine Palace and don't know how serious the situation is. Tell them to get ready. It looks like the final battle is really coming." Sun Tian said. Ever since the demonic god broke free, he hasn't made any big move. He's still recovering and hasn't caused much trouble. However, he suddenly made a big move this time. He didn't even hide his aura and went straight for the human emperor. He must be up to something big. We old bones have stayed in the ancient wilderness continent for countless years. It's time for us to go out and walk around. Just as the human emperor said, only by working together can we fight the devil religion to the end and have a chance of survival, Feng Wanran said with a hint of longing in his eyes. At the same time, he was cautious. Wucha, Renyuan, #1 hero, and the other outstanding young talents of the human race have gone to the outside world. It's been quite some time. I wonder how they are doing now. I wonder if they've made any progress under that kid. Let's go. Let's go. After the old emperor finished speaking, the imperial dragon aura on his body swept out and turned into the shadow of a golden dragon. It twisted in the void and a huge black hole appeared. The outside of the hole was glowing with a golden light. Let's go. The rest of the patriarchs of the large families followed the old emperor and entered the hole. Outside world, the demonic god. It's exciting but also terrifying. A voice drifted in the air. The news of the demon god's movements spread like wildfire across Kyushu after many experts discovered it. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Zhen Qinchun, Lei Tianhuang, and the others who were dealing with the devil religion in various parts of the Kyushu continent all set off for the demon realm after receiving Yi Wuming's message. Desolate countries Mo Tianshao, Yeluhan, Dugu Fenshin, Green Fox Monster, Yi Piaoling, Qianguyu, Heavenly Beast Hall's Guardian Saint Envoys, Heavenly Beast Hall's Guardian Saint Envoys, and the 18 celestial generals of the desolate country also put down their work and gathered in the direction of the demon realm. At the same time, among the dragons in the four seas, a strange dragon broke out of its dragon slumber cave. Its small body soared into the 9 heavens, exuding an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing everyone among the dragons to tremble in fear. On Wudong Mountain, numerous golden phoenixes floated in the air, fanning flames that could incinerate the heavens. At the border between Tianhuang mainland and the 9 continents, a small qilin surrounded by lightning radiance stood on the peak of a mountain with its back facing the setting sun, gazing into the distance. At the foot of the mountain, there was an army of beasts quietly watching the battle. In the beast region, the great golden-winged Peng clan's experts all set off for the demon realm. The Taoist, School of Agriculture, School of Confucianism, School of Moism, and School of Yin-Yang of the 9 great clans received the news at almost the same time. Large groups of experts gathered and set off. The ancient desolate continent was the same. After receiving the humans' message, the older generation of experts charged out of the Beast Alliance. Moreover, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the other young experts were already in Kyushu, so they were a step ahead of the Beast Alliance. The demon god's movements shook the world. All of Kyushu continent's living beings who received the news were in an uproar. Apart from leaving behind a few sage realm experts to guard their sects and manage affairs, almost all of the peak experts of the major factions set off for the demon realm. Everyone braced themselves and waited for the battle to begin. They all knew that the demon god's movements this time would probably trigger a great calamity. There would definitely be countless casualties, and many people wouldn't be able to return. However, no one was afraid, because the more they feared someone, the faster they would die. For a time, the Tricontinent's Kyushu continent was in an uproar. The mighty army of living beings set off for the demon realm. Along the way, some people raised their sabers and swords with imposing auras. Some troops marched silently, brewing their killing intent. Some living beings sang war songs that resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, Du Xiaofu, who was in the demon realm, was unaware of all this for the time being. He was still in the process of transcendence, constantly absorbing vast amounts of energy from the outside world into his body through his lightning martial vein. His body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy there was, it could devour it all. However, as time passed, this trend gradually slowed down, and the absorption of energy gradually decreased. The sacred demon temple, Black Water River, and other independent cultivators who were standing in the ruins of the mountain range did not leave. Everyone looked at the purple-robed youth in horror. This time, I wonder how long it will take for Boss to complete the breakthrough, Du Xiaoyao whispered softly. While looking at Du Xiaofu, she also paid close attention to the movements of the outsiders. At such a critical moment, she could not be careless. If someone was in a bad mood and secretly used underhanded means while Boss was breaking through, it would not be good. Hey, someone's coming. Du Xiaoyao's divine soul moved slightly and found that there were many auras coming from the south and the north respectively. These 2 waves of energy were abnormally powerful. They were not weaker than Du Xiaofu's from before. Not long after, 2 ripples appeared in the empty space close to the ground, after which many figures emerged from the spatial tunnel. The people from the south and the north arrived almost at the same time. Is this young man the human boy from the outside world? He looks really young, but his strength is so terrifying. Half-step to Heavenly Saint, can he reach that level? A group of people came from the north. As soon as they arrived, they began to discuss. Du Xiaoyao looked around. These people were led by a stern-looking old man. They all had the aura of a demon spirit and were extremely powerful. Especially the old man, who was much more powerful than her. If she were to compare, he should be stronger than Du Xiaofu before his breakthrough. On the other side, there was only one person coming from the south. It was a middle-aged man in black. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Du Xiaoyao felt an indescribable sense of viciousness. He had the same aura as Dai Lu and Xue Tu from Black Water River. Needless to say, these 2 people were the experts from the sacred demon temple and Black Water River. Earth demon ancestor and Black Water monarch? Du Xiaoyao said softly, staring at the old man and the man in black. It was not difficult to guess the identity of these 2 experts. They should be the 2 strongest people in the entire demon realm. Sure enough, after they appeared, the people from the sacred demon temple and Black Water River bowed to them. They called them Ancestor and Lord. After the Black Water monarch arrived, Dai Lu immediately moved forward. Her lips opened and closed as she whispered something. From time to time, she would glance at Du Xiaofu in the air. This action immediately made Du Xiaoyao vigilant. People from Black Water River? I advise you not to have any bad thoughts. Don't die without knowing how you died. Du Xiaoyao hardened her voice and said in a deep voice with a warning. He had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. Even if the other party's strength was above his, it was not enough to make him feel afraid. However, right now, Du Xiaofu was in the middle of a breakthrough and absolutely could not be disturbed. But if the other party was planning something bad, then he would not be afraid. Little brother, what are you talking about? You and the Rock Emperor are brothers. We people from Black Water River have heard of many of your deeds over the years. We admire you very much. How could we have any bad intentions towards the 2 of you? Dai Lu chuckled and waved the feather fan in her hand as she spoke to Du Xiaoyao. The tone of her words was very polite, as if it was from the bottom of her heart. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sneer. If anyone else had said this, I would have believed it. Even if it came from the mouth of your black water monarch, it would be more credible than what you said. But it was you, Dai Lu, who said this. That would make people laugh their heads off. The ice ancestor of the ice and fire ancestors laughed softly and snorted at Dai Lu with extreme disdain. However, in the face of such provocation, before Dai Lu could speak, the crimson-robed man called Blood Disciple opened his mouth. His voice was filled with extreme coldness. Old thing, if you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Blood Disciple's tone did not fluctuate much, but there was an indescribable coldness in it. Ha! Brother Blood Disciple, there is no need to be angry. The ice ancestor was just joking. Dai Lu laughed when she saw that the fire ancestor beside the ice ancestor was about to fly into a rage. Du Xiaoyao was silent in the face of the confrontation between the two parties. No matter how hostile they were, as long as they did not disturb the leader's breakthrough, they could fight as much as they wanted. In an instant, the atmosphere became a little tense. The people from the Sacred Monster Hall were all glaring at the people from Blackwater River. This was especially so for the fire ancestor. If the ice ancestor had not held him back, he would have rushed forward to fight Dai Lu to the death. This is not the time to make a big fuss. Let's see how the kid is doing first, Song Song said as his gaze swept across the people present. The Sacred Monster Hall and Blackwater River had been fighting each other for many years. It was already good enough that they did not start a fight when they met. If it were not for the fact that they were more interested in Du Xiaofu, they would have attacked him long ago. Look, there is a change in that human. At that moment, one of the experts from the Sacred Monster Hall, who came with the stone ancestor, pointed at Du Xiaofu and said. When everyone heard this, they looked up. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's aura began to undergo an earth-shattering change. Chapter 2590. In front of everyone's eyes, Du Xiaofu's purple robe stuck tightly to his body, as if it had been blown by a strong wind. The surging energy that filled the sky was like a raging sea, like raging waves crashing against the shore, rolling up an endless amount of mighty power. With a monstrous aura, it directly hit the purple-robed youth's body. At the same time, thick bolts of lightning also retracted from the thunderclouds. Like giant dragons, they drilled into Du Xiaofu's body. The thunder martial vein retracted, and the 8 bolts of spiritual thunder followed closely behind, whistling as they rushed into the space between his eyebrows. On the ground, an endless amount of earth chi rose, forming a greenish-white haze that was dense and radiant. As for the thunderclouds that filled the sky that could be touched by standing on the ground, after all the power of thunder and lightning had entered Du Xiaofu's body, they slowly retracted with Du Xiaofu as the center. His body surged with a powerful suction force, like a giant whale, crazily swallowing the endless sea water. This process did not last for too long. As the thunderclouds retracted, the world gradually regained its clarity. The living creatures in the demon realm gradually recovered from their panic, but they still looked at all this with some confusion. In the end, when all the thunderclouds had condensed into a ball, it was less than 10 feet in size, and had become dark and glossy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck out from the last thundercloud, like a majestic waterfall falling from the 9 heavens, directly bombarding Du Xiaofu's head. Boom! The sound of thunder shook the entire demon realm, like the angry roar of the heavens, but also like the roar of a demon god, causing all living creatures to tremble and heaven and earth to tremble. The terrifying sound waves hit the eardrums of every living creature. Even experts like the Earth Demon Grand Ancestor and the Black Water Monarch felt their minds roar for a long time, as if their heads had been hit by a heavy hammer. Needless to say, the other weaker demon spirits all entered a state of dizziness, unable to recover for a long time. However, the strange thing was that such a terrifying tremor did not cause any substantial harm to any of the living beings. It only made them feel dizzy. The weaker demon spirits felt the same as what Patriarch Stone and Monarch Blackwater felt. The only difference was that it lasted longer than what Patriarch Stone and Monarch Blackwater felt. The vast bolt of lightning struck Du Xiaofu's head. Accompanying it was a might that struck fear into all living beings in this world. It was all-pervasive and filled every inch of space. After the lightning bolt was shattered, it turned into waves of lightning and rain, lingering around Du Xiaofu's body. What a terrifying pressure! Is this the majesty of a god? Within Yin's End Mountain, an expert spoke with a trembling voice. Even Progenitor Wansher, the Black Water Monarch, and the others broke out in cold sweat and ran down their faces. Under their gazes, the purple-robed young man standing in the air was enveloped in lightning and bathed in it. The aura on his body was transforming, soaring in a straight line, becoming more and more powerful. He's already surpassed the peak of the perfected saint stage, and it's still rising, Progenitor Wansher said softly. He looked at Du Xiaofu with deep amazement in his eyes. Has he really become a half-step heavenly saint? The Black Water Monarch also said. His domineering face was expressionless, but his narrowed pupils showed a strong sense of fear. Boss, I really can't beat you this time, Du Xiaoyao murmured, but there was an uncontrollable smile on his handsome face. Just like that, Du Xiaofu's aura continued to soar, and it lasted for more than half a day. Finally, at dawn on the second day, all the aura was suddenly withdrawn and quickly disappeared. On the ground, the earth chi that rose from the ground also sank and dissipated. The purple-robed figure standing in the air slowly opened his eyes, and the aura on his body gradually faded. Unlike before, Du Xiaofu did not show any strong fluctuations after his breakthrough this time. At first glance, he looked extremely ordinary, like an ordinary person without any cultivation. Within those black pupils, there was only a sense of peace and tranquility. However, everyone present knew that the truth was the opposite of what they had seen. It was a manifestation of returning to one's natural state. Is he really a half-step heavenly saint? Dai Lu said unconsciously. The feather fan in his hand was tilted and was about to fall to the ground, but he did not notice it. His question made Progenitor Wansher and Monarch Blackwater nod at the same time to show their affirmation. Now, they were finally sure that the purple-robed young man had indeed reached the half-step heavenly saint realm. Whether it was the sacred monster hall, Monarch Blackwater River, or the other rogue cultivators, everyone who came here was powerful and had seen a lot. Although no one had reached this realm for thousands of years, most of them were experts from the Archean Age, who had survived until now. In the heavenly saint realm, one could pry into the Dharma and logos of heaven and earth, control the Dharma, and go beyond the ultimacy. They were no longer limited to the vast abundance of celestial chi, beast energy, and demonic energy. The most powerful technique in this realm was to pry into the Dharma of heaven and earth and use it according to the patterns of the Great Way. Although the young man was only a half-step heavenly saint, it was already terrifying enough. At the very least, in the current world, aside from the devil god of the devil sect, no one else could match up to him. Just as everyone was sizing up Du Xiaofu, he also looked around and scanned everyone present. There are so many people here, Du Xiaofu said softly. He descended from the sky and landed in the destroyed mountain range. Boss, let me see how you've changed. Du Xiaoyao held the body of the Tsang mountain skeleton and went up to Du Xiaofu excitedly. She stretched out her hand, which emitted a bright golden light. She exerted her cultivation and pinched Du Xiaofu here and there. And the result also made little demon Du exclaim in admiration, because no matter what he did, no matter how much strength he used, he was unable to leave a single mark on Du Xiaofu's body, let alone injure him. His physical body was abnormal to such an extent. Get lost, stop fooling around. Du Xiaofu scolded with a smile. He was very happy. He knew very well that his breakthrough this time had allowed him to receive an endless amount of energy. His physical body had also been baptized by the power of thunder. Especially the last thunder that fell like a waterfall, its effect was even more powerful than the purple thunder profound cauldron. It could be said that the current hymn could directly contend with an expert in the perfect saint stage with just his physical body alone. If he used the power of law, it would be even more difficult to find an opponent. However, Du Xiaofu also realized that he had only made some progress in the law of thunder when he became a half-step heavenly saint. As for the space and other aspects, they were still at the level of ultimacy. Therefore, according to his speculation, as long as he grasped the true meaning of a law, he could become a half-step heavenly saint. When the true meaning of a law he grasped became more and more perfect, he could reach a higher level in the heavenly saint realm. If one day he could completely comprehend the true meaning of a law, he could surpass the heavenly saint realm like his ancestors in the primordial age. If he was lucky enough, he could even merge with the heavenly Tao and surpass all living things. I wonder what kind of realm it would be if I could grasp multiple laws at the same time. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he imagined with some anticipation. Previously, his attainments in the space ultimacy were not weaker than the thunder ultimacy. When he was in the ancient desolate fearsome ground, he had obtained the great golden-winged rock clan's space technique and then comprehended the Fuyao move. It was also extremely profound and powerful. However, because he had fought with the heavenly flame void lightning and merged with it in the end, it had allowed him to take another step forward in the thunder ultimacy and achieve extraordinary achievements. Of course, the law brand that was engraved on his primordial spirit also contributed greatly. At this moment, he only hoped that one day he could comprehend more true meanings of the laws. Before long, Du Xiaofu woke up from his deep thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at the people present and paused for a while on Ancestor Wan Shi and Lord Blackwater. The two of you must be the legendary Earth Demon Ancestor and Lord Blackwater. Du Xiaofu did not act arrogantly and cupped his fists at the two of them. Looking at the respectful attitude of the people from the Sacred Monster Hall and Blackwater River towards the two of them, and at the same time, the two of them were more powerful than he was before. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess their identities. However, he did not expect that the commotion caused by his breakthrough would attract the attention of these supreme experts at the same time. It was just nice that he did not have to waste time looking for them. This time, Du Xiaofu had come to the demon realm to persuade the demon spirits in this realm to join forces with the living beings in the tricontinent Kyushu realm to fight against the devil religion and the demon god together. He had a favor to ask of them. Therefore, he was not arrogant just because his cultivation was higher than the two of them. Moreover, he was not that kind of person. Greetings, Rock Emperor. Before the Earth Demon Ancestor could speak, Lord Blackwater spoke first and cupped his fists at Du Xiaofu. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, and he even faintly exuded a domineering aura. Rock Emperor, have you come to the demon realm for the demon god? On the side of the Sacred Monster Hall, Ancestor Wan Shi's face was expressionless and he did not return the greeting to Du Xiaofu. Instead, he asked bluntly, in fact, Song Song, the two ancestors of ice and fire, had secretly transmitted messages to him. Therefore, he knew the purpose of Du Xiaofu's visit to the demon realm. Earth Demon Ancestor is right. You should know better than me how terrifying the demon god is. I hope that you can unite with the living beings in the outside world to fight against the devil religion and save the people from the calamity. Du Xiaofu looked at the Earth Demon Ancestor and said seriously. There were many people here who must have experienced the calamity of the Archean era and knew the demon god very well. There was no need for him to waste his breath to say anything. However, when he had come to Een Mountain and met Song Song, the two ancestors of ice and fire, Fairy Rosy Clouds, and the others, He had mentioned joining forces to fight against the demon god. However, they did not seem to be willing to get involved. This caused Du Xiaofu to feel somewhat unhappy. Chapter 2591. Young man, you should leave. The demon realm will not get involved in the devil religion. The Earth Demon Patriarch said flatly, directly rejecting Du Xiaofu's proposal. His attitude was unquestionable, and Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Haha, Stone Patriarch, I'm afraid the Sacred Demon Palace is not the only one in the demon realm. Before Du Xiaofu could respond, Dai Lu stepped forward gently, waved her feather fan, and said with a smile, Dai Lu, if Blackwater River is willing to get involved, the Sacred Demon Palace will not interfere. But don't forget, if you are distracted, the Sacred Demon Palace can trample Blackwater River to the ground at any time. So I advise you to give up on your idea, and don't bring the devil religion's dispute to the demon realm. The Stone Patriarch snorted and reprimanded Dai Lu. His words made Du Xiaofu understand why the old ancestor of the Earth Demon tribe was so firm and had rejected him directly. It seems that this old man is really thinking for the sake of the demon realm. He wants to keep the peace and not get involved in dispute. Because once they established a hatred with the devil religion, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. At that time, the entire demon realm would be filled with mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, and lives in misery and suffering. So, they cut ties early and made clear the attitude of the demon realm, drawing a line with the devil religion. They would not offend each other, and they would eliminate a strong enemy for each other. It was because of this that the Earth Demon Patriarch warned Dai Lu not to bring the war to the demon realm. If Blackwater River joined the war, the other demon spirits would also be implicated, and the Sacred Demon Palace would not be able to stay out of it. Senior, you seem to be taking it for granted, don't you think? Du Xiaofu looked at the Earth Demon Patriarch, narrowed his eyes, and frowned slightly. He said coldly, You should be clear about the devil religion's purpose. Even if the demon realm can stay out of the war, the devil religion will maintain the same tacit understanding with you. However, once one of the 3 continents and 9 continents falls and becomes a demonic domain, do you think the demonic sect will really let the demon world go? Du Xiaofu's voice was deep and carried a questioning tone. The Earth Demon Old Ancestor was an old monster who had lived for countless years. He should have understood this. The devil religion was revived and the devil god was restored. Wasn't their ultimate goal to start a massacre in this world? Furthermore, the nourishment of the boundless blood and the nourishment of the Een spirits of the world was the fundamental reason why a demon god's strength could be enhanced. In primordial times, the lords of the 3,000 vast thousand worlds and the dragon god had chased after the demon god, but none of them had been able to kill him. Other than the fact that the demon god was indestructible in this realm and that foreign experts were suppressed, there had to be other reasons. Du Xiaofu had once speculated that the ancestor of the Du family, who possessed the body of the heavenly Tao, had already fallen, and in this current realm, the demon god was the strongest. If he could surpass the saint realm through killing, he would be able to merge with the way of the heavens like the ancestors of the Du family had done countless years ago. When that time came, this realm would truly become the demon's realm. Just the thought of it was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Young man, I admit that what you said is true. It's just that after the demon realm was sealed, we finally had so many years of peace. But as long as the demon god doesn't attack us, we won't take the initiative to provoke them. Otherwise, the demon realm will never have peace again. Ancestor Wancher stared at Du Xiaofu fiercely, flung his sleeves and said stubbornly, You can leave now. The sacred demon temple will never agree to your request. No matter how much you say, it's just a waste of time. After you leave, the sacred demon temple will once again seal the exit of the demon realm and send people to guard it. Unless the demon god himself comes, no one will be allowed to step in. The Earth Demon Old Ancestor's attitude was extremely stubborn. He was like a rock in a latrine, smelly and stubborn. Once he had decided on something, no one else could change his mind. Song Song, the two patriarchs of ice and fire, Fairy Tsaixia, and the rest of the sacred demon temple were silent. Although they agreed with what Du Xiaofu had said, the old ancestor's words made sense. The future of the demon realm was the most important thing to them. As long as they did not provoke the demon religion, they could form a tacit understanding that they would not offend each other. Not to mention that none of them could change Ancestor Wancher's decision. The old ancestor's temper was just like his name. To put it nicely, he was unwavering. To put it bluntly, he was stubborn. Du Xiaofu was enraged by Ancestor Wancher's words. But just as he was about to speak, Dai Lu from Blackwater River spoke again. "Oh!" Dai Lu replied with an "oh" after Earth Demon Old Ancestor's words. She was still smiling and said to Earth Demon Old Ancestor, "The demon religion's calamity is imminent. It will sweep across the world and no one can stay out of it. Only by joining hands and fighting against the demon god to the end can we have a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Blackwater River does not agree with Ancestor Wancher's words at all. Even if we die in battle, it's better than being a coward." Dai Lu's expression was extremely serious. Her words were sonorous and impassioned, and her words were righteous. She had the courage to die honorably. Everyone fell into a short silence and did not speak. The same went for Blackwater Lord. He did not express his opinion and did not refute Dai Lu's words. It was as if he represented himself and Blackwater River. This showed how much the Blackwater Lord trusted and relied on Dai Lu. This scene caused Du Xiaofu to be even more cautious. He had been talking to Earth Demon Old Ancestor all this while, but Dai Lu kept interrupting, not caring about what others thought. Earlier, he'd already been on guard against Dai Lu, and he'd taken Dai Lu to be a ruthless and despicable person that would do anything to achieve his goal. Looking at it now, Dai Lu's words were completely on his side and fully represented the Blackwater Monarch's intentions. In other words, this person seemed to be expressing her righteous indignation and disdain for Wancher's cowardice, but in fact, she might be harboring evil intentions. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was also annoyed by Earth Demon Old Ancestor's stubbornness. Dai Lu, if Blackwater River insists on participating in the calamity of the demon religion, then for the sake of all living beings in the demon world, the sacred demon temple will not sit idly by and allow you to bring the flames of war to the demon world. Wancher glared at Dai Lu and said in a cold voice. He was determined to hide from the world and avoid the calamity. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. In other words, if Blackwater River agreed to Du Xiaofu's request, then the sacred demon temple would directly declare war on Blackwater River. In this way, Blackwater River's strength would only be able to deal with the sacred demon temple's encirclement and would not have time to care about the outside world. As long as they were busy, the sacred demon temple's goal would be achieved. It was better to be a dog in peace than a man in chaos. They did not dare to touch the demon religion, but it was not too difficult to deal with Blackwater River. Haha! I admit that the sacred demon temple controls most of the forces in the demon world. The heavenly demon Old Ancestor has been missing for many years, so your words represent the entire sacred demon temple. In the demon world, no one except Blackwater River dares to disobey you. Dai Lu chuckled and waved the feather fan in her hand. Then, her gaze changed and she looked coldly at Wancher Ancestor. She said coldly, "But what if the sacred demon temple no longer exists in the demon world?" The moment these words were spoken, Du Xiaofu's pupils abruptly shrank. "Dai Lu, what a good idea!" Du Xiaofu murmured to himself as he looked at Dai Lu. In just an instant, he had completely guessed what this person was thinking. "Dai Lu, it seems that you really want to go to war with the sacred demon temple." The Earth Demon Old Ancestor's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, A monstrous aura erupted from his body and rushed toward Dai Lu. Why? Does the sacred demon temple want to attack now? Before Dai Lu could counterattack, the black water monarch suddenly snorted coldly. A black bubble suddenly formed and blocked the vast aura. Bam! Bam! The two forces collided and exploded, causing ripples to appear in the void and spread out in all directions. Dai Lu ignored Wansher ancestor and turned to Du Xiaofu. She cupped her fists and said, "Rock Emperor, I believe you already know that the Black Water River and the sacred demon temple have been enemies for a long time. We are like fire and water, and there is no way to resolve our differences. However, the great tribulation of heaven and earth is just around the corner. We are not as cowardly as the sacred demon temple. As long as the Rock Emperor says the word, we swear to fight the devil religion to the death with the people of the world." What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife! Du Xiaoyao stood beside Du Xiaofu and looked at Dai Lu. She muttered, "Boss, this guy is really thick-skinned. He obviously wants to use you to deal with the sacred demon temple and eliminate the biggest enemy of the Black Water River." But when it came out of his mouth, his face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't skip a beat. He even had a righteous look on his face. "His face is probably as thick as yours, boss, right?" Du Xiaoyao could tell that their boss had just made a breakthrough and had reached half-step heavenly saint. There were few opponents in the world who could match him. Dai Lu wanted to use their boss's help to eliminate the sacred demon temple under the condition of cooperation. This kind of action did not lose the character of an ambitious person. "You are the one who is thick-skinned," Du Xiaofu retorted. "No, boss. You have the immortal Xian body. How can I compete with you?" Du Xiaoyao pouted. Du Xiaofu did not continue to bicker with him. Instead, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Speaking of which, the sacred demon temple was the orthodox force of all the forces in the demon realm. The Black Water River could only be considered as an independent force. The strength of the two sides were not on the same level. But as Dai Lu said, if there was no sacred demon temple in the demon realm and someone else was in charge, as long as this person was willing to cooperate with him, then this trip to the demon realm could end well. Perhaps, helping the Black Water River get rid of the great ancestor of the Earth demon realm and take control of the demon realm could be a strategy. Just like what he had thought before he went to the dragons. If reason does not work, then use fists to solve it. Chapter 2592. However, Du Xiaofu did not want to kill again unless it was absolutely necessary. Every expert was a force to be reckoned with against the devil religion. If possible, he would try his best not to lose any of them. Unless it was an enemy who would fight to the death, such as the dragon wilderness ancestor. Then again, Du Xiaofu would never allow Dai Lu to use his power to get rid of the sacred demon temple and pave the way for Black Water River. He would never allow Dai Lu to use him as a tool. Moreover, even if he did that, Black Water River would eventually gain control of the entire demon realm. No one could guarantee that Black Water River would not go against him. On the surface, they would say that they would fight against the devil religion together, but behind their backs, they would use the other creatures as shields to protect their own interests. What's more, Dai Lu's tendency to take advantage of the situation might lead to him colluding with the devil religion and attacking the creatures who were originally on the same side as him. This person was extremely shrewd and too good at scheming, so Du Xiaofu could not trust him. However, he did not expose him on the spot. It would be good to let him make a fuss and put some pressure on the sacred demon temple. Perhaps he could gain some bargaining chips in the negotiation. "Humph, are you threatening the sacred demon temple?" The earth demon ancestor's face darkened. He glanced at Dai Lu and the Black Water Lord, and finally fixed his eyes on Du Xiaofu. It seemed that his question was not directed at Black Water River, but at Du Xiaofu, because the situation depended entirely on Du Xiaofu's attitude. If he agreed with Dai Lu and wanted to stand up for Black Water River, the situation would not end well. This old thing is not only stubborn, but also stupid. Hearing Ancestor Wansher's words, Du Xiaofu's face stiffened and he cursed in his heart. He had not expressed his stance yet. It was Dai Lu who wanted to drag him into this mess. However, Ancestor Wansher did not seem to notice it at all and directly targeted him. Did this mean that he had fallen into Dai Lu's trap? He glanced at the Black Water River and saw that the Black Water Monarch was still calm and collected. He couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. However, Dai Lu had an unfathomable smile on her face at this time. Her heart must be like what Du Xiaofu had guessed. She was secretly feeling great. Du Xiaofu was a little melancholy, and he felt deeply helpless against the Earth Demon ancestor. Someone dug a hole to bury you and gave you a gentle push. Not only did you not resist, you even took advantage of the force to jump in. He had seen stupid people, but not such a fool. Earth Demon ancestor, I don't have too much time to waste. My purpose in coming to the demon realm is to form an alliance with you, not to kill you. But if you're really stubborn, then I'll have to join forces with Heishui River. At worst, I'll just have to spend a little more effort to turn the demon realm into an iron plate. I hope you can calmly consider the pros and cons. The devil religion may not attack the demon realm for now, but in the end, they will not let you go. You have to understand that although I don't want to fight here, I don't mind using my fists to solve the problem if I have to. I think someone would be happy to see that, Du Xiaofu said as he flicked his sleeve gently. This action did not release any ripples of energy, but an indescribable ripple spread through the surroundings, causing everyone's hearts to sink. At such a realm, he could manipulate the forces of heaven and earth with just a wave of his hand. It was inexplicably terrifying. Du Xiaofu's last sentence to Ancestor Wansher was a reminder. What he meant was, I want to sit down and talk, but don't force me to fight. Black Water River has set you up, and that's exactly what they want. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with this old thing? Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, why don't we just eliminate them? Du Xiaoyao couldn't help but take a step forward. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he rushed towards the sacred demon palace. Du Xiaofu stopped her and secretly explained to Du Xiaoyao not to act rashly. He had other plans in mind. The sacred demon temple was firm, and the Black Water River was untrustworthy. If there was no other way, he could only uproot these two forces and install a new leader in the demon realm. Du Xiaofu had already thought of a candidate, and it was Du Xiaoyao, who had the body of a red-bone horse. However, as he said, he did not want to take this step unless it was absolutely necessary. Destroying the sacred demon temple and the Black Water River would cause great losses to both sides, and the entire demon realm would be riddled with holes. Every time one of those experts died, the strength to deal with the devil religion would be reduced by a little. Demon King Du Xiaofu, Rock Emperor of the Barren Country, if you want to join forces with the Black Water River to deal with the sacred demon temple, let's take it. I'd like to see how powerful you are, as a half-step heavenly saint expert. Ancestor Wansher's firm old face was full of sternness, and his words were tough. It was just that he did not know what he was relying on to dare to challenge Du Xiaofu. He knew that Du Xiaofu had reached the half-step heavenly saint realm, and no one in the entire demon realm could defeat him. If he really wanted to deal with the sacred demon temple, the outcome would be predictable. Du Xiaofu could not figure out what this old thing was thinking. He would rather lead the sacred demon temple to fight him to the death than to form an alliance with him to deal with the devil religion. Could it be that this old stone's brain was really a smelly and stubborn stone that could not be twisted? Ancestor, at this time, not only Du Xiaofu, but also Tsang Song, the two ancestors of ice and fire, Fairy Tsaixia, and the other experts from the sacred demon temple could not sit still. Although they supported the Earth Demon Patriarch's decision to stay out of harm's way, it was not a wise decision to provoke a great enemy like the purple-robed youth. What was the difference between this and starting a war with the devil religion? Was it just to vent their anger? Ha ha! On the other hand, Dai Lu from the Black Water River could not help but chuckle. Du Xiaofu glanced at him indifferently. In this person's heart, he was probably overjoyed. Ancestor, Fairy Tsaixia hurriedly stepped forward. She wanted to say something but was interrupted by the Earth Demon Ancestor with a wave of his hand. Say no more. I am the Earth Demon Ancestor of the Sacred Demon Temple. What I say represents the will of the entire Sacred Demon Temple. Ancestor Wancher said firmly. Now that we have said this, if you want to start a war, why don't we do it now? Although a half-step heavenly saint is powerful, the Sacred Demon Temple is not afraid of him. These words came out of the Earth Demon Ancestor's mouth. The next moment, waves of violent and domineering aura swept out from his old and sturdy body. The demonic energy shook and spread out in all directions, covering the people from the Black Water River, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. The complete sacred demon realm's strength was displayed, and the sky trembled. The space was distorted, and the light of the rising sun, which had risen above the horizon, became blurry. At the same time, except for Du Xiaofu, everyone felt a strong pressure on their primordial spirits. Even Lord Blackwater from the Black Water River was no exception. He was forced to take half a step back. His strength was slightly weaker than Ancestor Wancher's, so it was completely reasonable for him to be in such a situation. Are they going to start a war just because of a disagreement? Where does this old guy get his courage and courage from? Du Xiaoyao's eyes were blazing with golden light, but he did not make any moves. Because Du Xiaofu was protecting him, the aura released by Ancestor Wancher did not affect him much. Boss, I have tolerated this old thing for a long time. Let's do it. Du Xiaoyao was not afraid of trouble. Since the Earth Demon Ancestor had gone this far, he had made his attitude clear. Since he wanted to solve the problem with his fists, they would do as he wished. Anyway, with their boss here, they would not be afraid of the Sacred Demon Temple. Wait a minute, the Earth Demon Ancestor's attitude is so tough. He must not be stupid. After all, he is an old monster who has lived for so many years. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Du Xiaofu gently pulled Du Xiaoyao back, telling him not to act rashly. Lord Blackwater, Dai Lu, Blood Disciple, and the rest of the people from the Black Water River saw the Earth Demon Ancestor's actions. They gathered their vast auras and prepared to attack. The battle was about to start. However, after Du Xiaofu spoke, they restrained themselves and looked at the Earth Demon Ancestor in confusion. Sure enough, the Earth Demon Ancestor's next move was just as Du Xiaofu had expected. Above his aged body, his aura was still rising. The vast majestic impact caused all the rocks on the ground to emit a faint glow and fly away in all directions. The Earth Demon Ancestor Wancher's original body was a rock. After countless years of wind and rain, he had developed spiritual intelligence and had a deep connection with the earth and rock. Under the control of his will, huge rocks flew across the sky, whistling through the air and piercing through the void. Then, the aura on his body reached its peak. Waves of strange aura spread out and enveloped him. It looked as if there were roots growing under his feet, taking root in the ground and becoming one with the rocks. Brother, the Sacred Demon Temple is in danger. You have disappeared for so many years. It is time for you to come back. The Earth Demon Ancestor murmured as he looked at the boundless void with determined eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin ray of light lit up between his eyebrows. It was as if a vertical eye had opened. It was strange and mysterious. When this vertical eye appeared, Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched. He stared blankly at the Earth Demon Ancestor as astonishment rose in his heart. Boss, that aura seems familiar, Du Xiaoyao said, looking at the vertical eye of the Earth Demon Ancestor with confusion. Chapter 2593. It's very familiar, but I can't be sure yet. Du Xiaofu nodded blankly as he stared at Patriarch Wanshi. Just as Du Xiaoyao had said, when the slender light appeared between the Earth Demon Patriarch's eyebrows, he had also sensed a faint, familiar aura. This familiar aura caused Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao to feel puzzled at the same time. What is Patriarch Wanshi trying to do? Dai Lu frowned and asked doubtfully from the Blackwater River's side. He had wanted to attack directly and start a real war. Then, his plan would succeed. He could use the purple-robed young man to defeat the sacred demon palace. Even if Patriarch Wanshi regretted his decision because of the power of a half-step heavenly saint, it would be too late to negotiate. However, they could not disobey Du Xiaofu's order not to attack. If they angered this human youth, all their plans would be for naught. They might even cause losses to the Blackwater River. However, Dai Lu could not remain calm as he watched the Earth Demon Patriarch's actions. He seemed to have sensed danger. Anxiety appeared on his face, which had always been under control. At this moment, he felt a little uneasy. Under everyone's gaze, the thin ray of light on Ancestor Wanshi's forehead grew brighter and brighter. It looked like a bolt of silver lightning, tearing open a wound on his forehead. Those with weaker cultivations would feel as if they were looking directly at the scorching sun just by glancing at it. Their eyes would feel a burning sensation as if they were looking directly at the scorching sun. They had no choice but to look away. They did not dare to look at it again. However, Du Xiaofu, the Blackwater monarch, and the others did not receive too much stimulation. In their eyes, they saw that as the thin line of light became brighter and brighter, it was also slowly expanding and changing its patterns. In the end, it formed a flame pattern. The flame pattern was branded on Patriarch Wanshi's forehead. It danced and flickered when the wind blew. The strangest thing was that while the flames were bouncing, there were also ripples of the power of thunder and lightning, which were releasing electric arcs in a crackling sound. Ha! As Patriarch Wanshi shouted, the flame flashed and disappeared from between his eyebrows. It then reappeared in the air. During this process, the flame expanded rapidly. Its light soared into the sky and completely overshadowed the sun's brilliance. The flame flickered and the void collapsed. Scorching heat waves spread between heaven and earth. In the destroyed Een Mountain, even the rocks were melted and turned into ashes. Bolts of lightning were mixed within the flames, slashing horizontally and vertically, wreaking havoc in all directions, striking out numerous cracks in space. Boundless pressure swept out and spread out in this area. It was as if a deity from the primordial times had descended. It was so terrifying that everyone's expression. Those who were weaker were instantly drenched in sweat and had no choice but to retreat far away. I know you're still alive. You won't die. You were the one who built the sacred demon temple, but you haven't done anything for so many years. You disappeared for so many years. You're really enjoying being a hands-off boss. Patriarch Wanshi looked at the burning flame and said softly, "The great calamity of the world is imminent, and all living things will be wiped out. At this time, I chose to protect myself, not because I was afraid, and not out of selfishness. You were the one who founded the sacred demon temple and unified the demon realm. That's why we've enjoyed so many years of peace. It wasn't easy to achieve all of this. I can't just watch all of this go to waste in my hands. I don't have the right to do so. So you shouldn't be so carefree outside. It's time for you to come out and show your face." Patriarch Wanshi continued. He looked at the flame with nostalgia in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at an old friend who he hadn't seen for a long time. The rest of the people present were also staring at the flames in the sky like Ancestor Wanshi. However, their eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Almost no one understood what Patriarch Wanshi was mumbling about. Who was the you he was talking about? I know, it's the Heavenly Demon Patriarch. It must be the Heavenly Demon Patriarch. Fire Patriarch, one of the two patriarchs of ice and fire, suddenly shouted. His voice was so loud that it made everyone's ears buzz. But this shout caused everyone to be stunned, and then they seemed to have been enlightened and came to an understanding. That's right. The heavenly demon patriarch has disappeared for so many years. Before he left, he must have taught Patriarch Wanshur how to summon him. When the sacred demon temple is in danger, he must have sent a message to Patriarch Wanshur to save the sacred demon temple. Among the demon spirits of the itinerant cultivators, Broken Sword, who rarely spoke. Rumor has it that the heavenly demon patriarch is extremely powerful. When he was at his peak, his cultivation was close to the heavenly saint realm. Back then, he single-handedly created the holy demon realm and unified the demon realm. After that, he handed over the power to ancestor Wanshur and disappeared. No one knows where he went. There has been no news of him for so many years. No wonder. If the heavenly demon patriarch is still alive, he must be as powerful as the young man. Could this be the trump card that Patriarch Wanshur has been hiding all this time? No wonder his attitude is so tough. He did not even flinch in the face of a half-step heavenly saint. If the heavenly demon patriarch really sensed the change here, and came here in person, the situation will change even more. Even if the young man has just stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm, he will not be able to defeat the heavenly demon patriarch. After so many years, will the heavenly demon patriarch become even more terrifying? I don't dare to say anything else, but the Blackwater River will definitely be in trouble. The demon spirits were in an uproar. While they were shocked, they began to discuss among themselves. For most people, the heavenly demon patriarch was very mysterious. He only existed in legends, and few people had seen his real face. However, no one dared to doubt his strength. It could be said that if the heavenly demon patriarch had never left the sacred demon hall, the Blackwater River would not have existed for so many years. How could he have allowed them to dominate the sacred demon hall and call themselves kings? In the eyes of the heavenly demon patriarch, the Blackwater monarch, Dai Lu, Shwetu, and the others were just a mob. The heavenly demon patriarch, Du Xiaofu, looked at the flames in the sky and muttered to himself, his eyelids twitching non-stop. Through the aura fluctuating from the flame, they could almost determine who the heavenly demon patriarch was. This confirmation shocked them greatly. At the same time, they were deeply speechless. Boss, could it be? Du Xiaoyao was also shocked. She looked at Du Xiaofu blankly, trying to figure out something from his face. However, Du Xiaofu did not speak. He only nodded, indicating that Du Xiaoyao's guess was correct. They were quite familiar with that person's identity. When that guy shows up and directly expresses his support for me, the heavenly demon patriarch's face will be very interesting. Du Xiaofu suddenly chuckled, suppressing a belly full of laughter. This stubborn old thing is too hateful. Later, I must teach him a lesson so that he dares to be presumptuous again. Du Xiaoyao laughed out loud at the same time, brewing a wicked plan in her mind. The two did not say anything, nor did they expose the truth. They just silently held back their wicked ideas. High in the sky, the flame was still burning. Amidst the vast pressure and the pervasive heat wave, strange ripples spread out in all directions. They went far beyond the boundaries of the demon realm and reached the entire 3 continents and 9 provinces. Everyone knew that this was the means to send a message to the heavenly demon patriarch. As long as he was not dead, he would definitely know the situation here. He would rush here with all his strength and become the most powerful backer of the sacred demon hall. The only thing he wasn't sure about was how long this process would take. So what if he's the heavenly demon patriarch? He hasn't appeared for thousands of years, and we don't know whether he's dead or alive. Dai Lu suddenly spoke up. His usually calm face had an indescribable solemnity. After exchanging a look with the Lord of Blackwater, the top military advisor of Blackwater River continued, even if he's not dead, it will take a lot of time for him to rush here. I just don't know if the sacred demon hall can hold on until then. If Blackwater River wants to fight, go ahead. There are no cowards in the sacred demon hall, and we will fight until the end. Song Song glared and retorted. The two ancestors of ice and fire, Rosy Cloud's fairy, and the others also glared at Dai Lu, their auras surging, ready to attack at any time. Dai Lu's intention was quite clear. He wanted to take down the sacred demon hall before the heavenly demon patriarch returned. By then, what was done could not be undone. Even if the heavenly demon patriarch's cultivation was high, it would not change anything. With the young man with the strength of a half-step heavenly sage, the final outcome was still uncertain. Of course, the most important person was the purple-robed young man. As long as he nodded, today's matter would be considered a success. Rock Emperor, although I, Dai Lu, am not a good person, and the method that Blackwater River cultivates is not very honorable in the eyes of outsiders, we have the most sincere intention to cooperate with you. After destroying the sacred demon hall, we will unite all the creatures in the demon realm to fight against the demon god together, and fight for the people of this world. Dai Lu's robe fluttered, and he held a feather fan in his hand. He clasped his fists at Du Xiaofu and spoke fervently, sonorously, and with indescribable sincerity and freedom, as if the sun and the moon could express his loyalty. This person, he still hasn't given up his evil intentions. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart, deeply moved by Dai Lu's style. He also knew what the return of the heavenly demon patriarch meant to the Blackwater River. So, Dai Lu's actions were like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Chapter 2594. Boss, I'll beat that guy up first. Du Xiaoyao was annoyed, and her impression of Dai Lu became even worse. What kind of bullshit was this Blackwater River top military advisor? He seemed to treat everyone else as fools and was determined to use Lin Fan as a knife. If Lin Fan did not beat him up, he would really think that Lin Fan was wise and resourceful. No hurry. Du Xiaofu stopped Du Xiaoyao and turned to look at Dai Lu. His eyes did not linger on Dai Lu for long, but on the Blackwater monarch. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man, who exuded a domineering aura, was the real master of the Blackwater River. Du Xiaofu smiled at the Blackwater monarch and said, "Since the heavenly demon patriarch, who has been missing for many years, is about to appear, we might as well wait a little longer. Ever since I entered the demon realm, I have heard of the heavenly demon patriarch's name many times. If I can see him with my own eyes, my trip here will not be in vain. Who knows, maybe the heavenly demon grand ancestor and I can become friends despite the difference in age and agree to my request. If that's the case, the heavenly demon patriarch will not stop me, right?" As Du Xiaofu spoke, he turned to look at the heavenly demon patriarch and smiled at him. The people from the sacred monster temple and the Blackwater River, as well as the other rogue cultivators, did not quite understand the look in Lin Fan's eyes. "Humph, young man, you still haven't given up, have you?" The heavenly demon patriarch snorted and said reluctantly, "If that old guy comes back and really agrees with you and wants to cooperate with you, I have no reason to stop him. After all, the sacred monster temple was founded by him and he has the final say in everything. I'm just taking care of it on his behalf." "Haha, let's wait and see." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and looked inexplicably relaxed. The onlookers looked at each other and felt confused. They did not understand where the purple-robed young man got his confidence from. Unlike his previous aggressive attitude, he no longer said that he would destroy the sacred monster temple and integrate the forces of the demon realm. At this moment, he looked mysterious and seemed to be quite confident in defeating the heavenly demon patriarch. However, no one asked such a question. Du Xiaofu did not say anything. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the flame in the sky. The rest of the onlookers also, they were waiting for the heavenly demon patriarch to arrive. "I hope the heavenly demon patriarch is Was. Of the is was. On the other hand, the monarch of Blackwater, as the master of Blackwater River, was not as nervous as Dai Lu. Instead, he seemed to be at ease. Was. The of was not to stop, was not to burn to the toto the was, to the was. Of course, the was, suppressed was it. The terrible temperature was pervasive, the air seemed to be on the verge of being ignited. The ground under everyone's feet had melted into a pool of magma, turning into a stream that flowed through the uneven mountain range, making gurgling sounds. On the flame, there was a strange fluctuation that was constantly emitted to the outside world, conveying information. Time passed slowly. Except for Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, everyone thought that the waiting process would take a long time, because no one knew where the heavenly demon patriarch was. But it was almost certain that he should not be in the demon realm, otherwise he would not have shown up for so many years. If he was not in the demon realm, then he could only be in the outside world. And to come here from the outside world, even if one's cultivation was very high, it would not be possible to reach here in 3 to 4 hours. It might take a few days. The people here were all people with extraordinary strength, and they had enough patience. Boss, we have been in the demon realm for many days. With that old guy's speed, he should have come in a long time ago, right? Du Xiaoyao asked Du Xiaofu. Her body was filled with golden light to resist the scorching heat emitted by the flame in the air. He should have already come in. I think it won't be long before he gets here. Du Xiaofu nodded and said with certainty. Not long after he finished speaking, the ball of flame in the air indeed underwent a further change. Look, there's movement. Fire Ancestor of the Ice and Fire Ancestors pointed to the sky and shouted excitedly. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. Everyone had already seen the change there. The ferocious flames at the head of the fire began to shrink rapidly. As it shrank, the light of the flame became brighter and more dazzling. In the air, the terrifying temperature did not decrease, but instead increased. It was so hot that the Sage Realm cultivators felt a burning pain in their bodies. The void around the flames was completely pitch black. It was the result of being directly burned through, and it couldn't even heal. A terrible aura was brewing and rising, filling every inch of space. Is the heavenly demon patriarch about to appear? How can it be so fast? Is he really still alive? Everyone kept talking, shocked by the scene in front of them. He's here, Du Xiaofu said with a smile, his eyes full of joy. In everyone's eyes, the flame quickly condensed to the size of a palm, then suddenly tightened and turned into a bright line, no longer in the shape of a flame. Boom! This bright line transformed into a bolt of lightning, dragging a long and winding trajectory as it abruptly descended from the sky, directly striking a mountain rock not far from the crowd. After the thunder and lightning, a large pit with a radius of hundreds of feet appeared on the ground, and no one knew how deep it was. The heavenly thunder stirred up the earthly fire. Then, with a zing sound, a ball of flame suddenly sprung up in the big pit, flickering incessantly. Hee, so many people here, are you all here to welcome me? The flame in the pit quickly changed and condensed into a human figure. Then, an old man appeared. The old man had long fiery red hair and wore a blue robe. His abdomen was so high that it almost broke the robe, making him look like a Maitreya Buddha. His body did not have an overbearing and fierce aura. Instead, it gave off the feeling of an old man who did not respect himself. Everyone looked at the old man with different expressions on their faces. Especially on the side of the sacred demon temple, everyone's eyes were unconsciously filled with respect. The old man in front of them was the legendary heavenly demon patriarch, the strongest person who unified the demon realm back then. Such a strong person could not be judged by his appearance. Greetings, heavenly demon patriarch. The two ancestors of ice and fire, fairy rosy clouds, Song, and the others stepped forward and bowed to the heavenly demon patriarch. The heavenly demon patriarch grunted in response. Brother, seeing the old man appear, Ancestor Wancher called out softly. His face, which was as unchanging as a rock, was brewing with excitement, and he was about to lose control. Oh, it's little Stone. Long time no see. You've grown so old. I almost didn't recognize you. The chubby old man looked at Ancestor Wancher and said with a smile. Patriarch Wancher felt more at ease when he saw how relaxed Duan Ling Tian was. You're finally willing to come back. Not long after, Ancestor Wancher suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to the chubby old man with a hint of displeasure. I had no choice. I encountered some situations in the outside world and only managed to escape a few years ago. My strength was greatly reduced, and I'm afraid it will take some time for me to fully recover. But for so many years, the sacred demon palace has been really hard on you. When the blue-robed fat old man finished speaking, his tone was filled with gratitude. Ancestor Wancher shook his head and said, You built the sacred demon temple single-handedly. I was only entrusted by you to be the Earth Demon Patriarch. Now that you're back, I'll return the sacred demon temple to you in one piece. Don't. You've been running the sacred demon temple for so many years. It's better for you to control it. I still have many matters to attend to, and I can't leave to take care of the sacred demon temple. Ancestor Sky Demon waved his hand and said, I don't think that's a good idea, Ancestor Wancher immediately said, but Ancestor Sky Demon interrupted him. What's wrong with that? Cut the crap. It's decided. Ancestor Sky Demon was very straightforward. He did not care about Ancestor Wancher's opinion and turned to look at Du Xiaofu, leaving the back of his head red. Old man, you've finally seen us. Du Xiaoyao stepped forward and said to the chubby old man. This old man was a familiar face to both Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaofu. He was Huolei Laozu. However, they were already mentally prepared after Ancestor Wancher used the flame technique. Hence, they were not too surprised when Huolei Laozu appeared. Boy, how can you talk to your patriarch like that? You have no respect for your elders. Huolei Laozu glared at Du Xiaoyao, angered by the words, Old man. I didn't expect you to be Ancestor Sky Demon. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Du Xiaofu took over the conversation and asked Master Huolei curiously. Before this, he and Du Xiaoyao would never have thought that the legendary Ancestor Sky Demon was actually Huolei Laozu. This old man had hidden himself too well. Of course. I'm your patriarch. You can't see through me. Huolei Zi raised his head and shook it. He was indescribably pleased with himself. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu just smiled and said, Ancestor, you're a bit slow. We've been in the demon realm for many days now. If you didn't come, we would have really fought with the sacred demon temple. The fruits of your hard work might be taken away by me if I'm not careful. Chapter 2595. Kid, you should have some conscience when you speak. As soon as I received your message, I immediately set off and rushed here. I didn't delay at all on the way. Fire Thunder Ancestor glared at him and said unhappily, How dare you threaten to wipe out the entire sacred demon palace? Huolei Laozu was so angry that he wanted to slap Du Xiaofu to death. The people from the sacred demon temple, Black Water River, and the rogue cultivators from the demon realm were all shocked when they saw this scene. All of them looked at each other before turning to look at the human youth and the heavenly demon patriarch. So they knew each other. Everyone realized that Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao had known the heavenly monster patriarch for a long time. Moreover, the relationship between the two was definitely not ordinary. The heavenly monster patriarch had even called himself a patriarch in front of them. Everyone was enlightened. It was no wonder that the human youth did not stop the heavenly monster patriarch when the heavenly monster patriarch unleashed the lightning flames. He only said that he wanted to see the heavenly monster patriarch's true face. Needless to say, He must have seen through the truth and learned the Heavenly Monster Patriarch's identity. The Heavenly Monster Patriarch is still alive and is an old acquaintance of the Rock Emperor. Dai Lu was stupefied in the crowd. No matter how much he calculated, he had never considered this point. Dai Lu was in despair. Du Xiaofu had just become a half-step heavenly saint, and everyone present had seen it. The Heavenly Monster Patriarch had been famous for a long time and was undoubtedly powerful. Even though he had admitted that his cultivation had been damaged due to some unforeseen circumstances, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If these two powerhouses were on the same side, it would be a disaster for Blackwater River if they were to pursue the matter because of his earlier aggression. Unconsciously, a trace of panic crept onto Dai Lu's face. Finally, you know fear. Du Xiaoyao looked at him and sneered. He despised Dai Lu very much in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he still had important matters to attend to, he would have gone up and taught him a lesson long ago. Brat, you're not bad. You've actually broken through to half-step heavenly saint. On the other side, Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaofu started to get serious after arguing for a while. On his way here, he had already sensed the commotion in this place. He had also noticed that Du Xiaofu was making a breakthrough. This result made him feel very gratified. The great calamity was about to arrive. Every bit of improvement in one's strength would increase one's chances of survival by a bit. I obtained the Skyflame Void Lightning that I had cultivated to the peak of perfection of the Saint Demon stage in the End Mountain. After fusing with it, my comprehension of the laws of lightning improved greatly. It was precisely because of this that I took advantage of the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Du Xiaofu gave a brief account of what had happened earlier, and Huolei Laozu couldn't help but nod. I originally wanted to take you to find the spiritual thunder after the demon realm was settled, but I didn't expect you to obtain the 9 underworld demonic thunder from the devil sex Jialojumi, and then encounter the heavenly flame void lightning here. I have to say, this is your opportunity, Huolei Laozu said as he stared at Du Xiaofu. He warned solemnly, but don't be complacent, brat. Although you have the strength of a half-step heavenly saint, when the demon god was at his peak, he could kill a cultivator like you with one slap. It wouldn't take much effort for him to do so. You can only deal with the upcoming calamity if you continue to improve your strength. I understand. I don't dare to slack off. Du Xiaofu understood Huolei Zi's words. He just nodded solemnly. The demon god was in the midst of recovering, and no one knew how far he was from his peak. Before coming to the demon realm, the 9 demon emperors of the devil religion had gone out together to intercept the general and the others in the ice cave. Their goal was to find the Qianquan bag passed down in Tianwu Academy. It seemed that there was something in it that was related to the demon god's recovery. Du Xiaofu felt more and more anxious. Although the Qianquan bag was still with him, there was no guarantee that the devil religion didn't have other methods to find the demon god. Old brother, are we really going to join hands with this human and wage war against the devil religion? Ancestor Wanshi, who was standing at the side, saw that Huolei Zi and Du Xiaofu were deep in conversation and couldn't help but ask. Huolei Laozu glanced at Ancestor Wanshi and said slowly, "The demon god has broken free and is making a comeback. His goal is to slaughter the living beings of this world and reach a higher level. During the primordial age, the ruler of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god couldn't do anything to him. If this world really turns into a demon realm in the future, it will be even harder for the two of them to deal with him." Du Xiaofu agreed with Ancestor Wanshi's words. Therefore, just like what I said earlier, the demon god won't let you go just because the demon realm doesn't participate in the war. Only if all the living beings of this world unite and fight against the calamity will there be a glimmer of hope. Huolei Laozu nodded. He looked at Ancestor Wanshi and sighed. During the primordial age, there was still a supreme expert who suppressed the demon god. Otherwise, this world would have been destroyed long ago. Many people were puzzled when they heard this. Who was this supreme expert that the heavenly demon ancestor was talking about? Was he more powerful than the legendary ruler of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god? How could he suppress the demon god for so many years? Only Du Xiaofu knew that the supreme expert that Master Huolei was talking about was the ancestor of the Du family, the heavenly Tao. Actually, I'm more worried that after the demon god recovers, he will transcend one of the laws and reach the same level as our ancestor. If that's the case, we will never be able to deal with him, Du Xiaofu said softly with a strong sense of worry. Once the demon god transcended one of the laws and merged with the heavenly Tao, he would become the heavenly Tao. Then, no one would be able to kill him. This was because the heavenly Tao was the supreme existence that ruled over all living beings and controlled this world. The only thing that could destroy him was the invisible heavenly Tao's rules. Your concern is reasonable, but it's a little unnecessary, Huolei Laozu said. Let's not talk about whether the demon god has the ability to reach that level. Even if he can, I'm afraid it'll be after this world has completely fallen. For us, it's too early to talk about it. Also, according to my understanding, the demon god is not the kind of person who can abandon his selfish desires. He won't give up a bigger plan in order to control this world. After Du Xiaofu heard this, he immediately understood. He had to admit that Huolei Laozu's words made sense. This world was suppressed. In other worlds, the demon god was in existence on the same level as the ruler of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god. In order to get rid of the pursuit, he would be limited to this world. He was afraid that he would really be unwilling. If he went to the outside world, he would definitely obtain an even more terrifying improvement. His goal was to surpass the ruler of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god. Besides, if the demon god really merged with this world, it might not be a bad thing. Because the heavenly Tao was ruthless and selfless, a demon god who had achieved the heavenly Tao's body was no longer a demon god. As long as he had selfish thoughts, he would be directly wiped out by the heavenly Tao's rules. I understand now. Du Xiaofu nodded gently and turned to Patriarch Wan Shi. The devil religion's calamity is coming. No one in this world can stay out of it. So, other than joining forces with us, the demon realm has no other choice. Like I said before, if the heavenly demon patriarch of the sacred demon palace agrees to my proposal, Senior, you won't object, right? Of course, I'm a man of my word. My elder brother left the sacred demon palace to me. I'll listen to him. Patriarch Wan Shi nodded, but he did not seem to be in a difficult position. That's great. Du Xiaofu smiled happily and felt a lot more relaxed. At this point, after many twists and turns, he had finally achieved the purpose of his trip to the demon realm. In the 3 continents Kyushu world, all the living beings in this world were united. Only the 9 great families legalism, school of famous names, school of vertical and horizontal, and a few other forces were still opposing him. Even if the demon god came with great momentum, it would still take a lot of effort to shake the foundation of this world. Kid, there's nothing else to do here. Let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry up and look for the rest of the spiritual thunder. Huolei urged Du Xiaofu with his big belly. But just as he finished speaking, Song Song stepped forward and cupped his fists. Patriarch, how should we deal with the people of Heishui River? I almost forgot about that. Du Xiaofu slapped his forehead. In his excitement, he had forgotten about Heishui River. He looked at Patriarch Wan Shi and said, Patriarch, you are the master of the sacred demon palace. I'll leave it to you to decide. I'll leave it to you. I'm not fit to make this decision, Patriarch Wan Shi said. As the Patriarch of the Earth Demon Palace, he was at odds with Heishui River. If he had to make a decision, there would only be one outcome, which was to destroy Heishui River. But now that they were preparing for war with the devil religion, it was not the right time to start a war. So, it was better to leave it to this young man. That's fine too. Du Xiaofu did not refuse. After glancing at Dai Lu, he said to Monarch Blackwater, "The sacred demon palace and Heishui River have been at odds for a long time, and there is no way to resolve it. But now that the devil religion is facing a great calamity, I hope that you can put aside your differences and fight the enemy together. I wonder if you are willing to do so?" As soon as Du Xiaofu said this, Monarch Blackwater and the rest of Heishui River's people and the many experts of the sacred demon palace instantly looked at each other. Sparks of resentment flashed in the air, and the atmosphere became tense. It was obvious that the two forces had a deep grudge against each other, and it was difficult for them to put it aside. However, this situation did not last for too long. An indifferent voice slowly sounded from the field. "Heishui River can agree to what the Rock Emperor said. Before the calamity is over, we will put aside all our grudges and not fight with the sacred demon palace." This time, the person who spoke was no longer Dai Lu, but the Blackwater monarch himself, who had rarely spoken since the beginning. His black robe fluttered in the wind, making him look even more majestic. "Since only Monarch Blackwater can do it, I will also represent the sacred demon palace and make the decision," Patriarch Wan Shi said as he looked deeply at Monarch Blackwater. Chapter 2596. If that's the case, that's great. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and looked at Ancestor Stone and Lord of Blackwater with satisfaction. The feud between the two clans had been going on for a long time. The fact that they could put it aside for the time being was enough to show their sincerity. Perhaps Lord of Blackwater was intimidated by Huolei Laozu's and Lord of Blackwater, so they had to compromise and accept the deal. But that was not important. The overall strength of Lord of Blackwater was not to be underestimated. With their help, it would be a great help. If they could really defeat the demonic god, the feud between the two clans could be settled by themselves in the future. It was none of his business. However, although the two of you have agreed to cooperate, I, Du Xiaofu, am naturally delighted. But I still have to say something first. Once the battle starts, I don't want to see internal strife. If anyone dares to play dirty tricks behind my back, even if I don't care about the demonic god, I, Du Xiaofu, swear that I will make sure that person dies a graveless death. No matter how powerful the force behind you is, no one can protect you. Du Xiaofu spoke harshly and his eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. His eyes finally stopped on Dai Lu, who was standing next to Lord of Blackwater, with a strong warning. Among all the people present, the one who worried him the most was this person. After their recent contact, Du Xiaofu noticed that this Dai Lu was rather shrewd, and his methods were sinister. He was a villain that was adept at stirring up trouble in the dark, and it was rather inconsistent with his astute and capable appearance. If Dai Lu secretly sowed discord during the tribulation, it would undoubtedly add more variables to the overall situation. Du Xiaofu would never allow such an unstable factor to exist. He had wanted to use bloody means to kill Dai Lu directly. However, Lord of Blackwater had just agreed to his terms. If he killed his top military advisor now, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction. Therefore, he could only spare Dai Lu's life. As long as he stopped jumping up and down, it would be fine. Being stared at by Du Xiaofu, Dai Lu's face instantly turned pale. She trembled and couldn't speak for a long time. "If you're not convinced, I can send you to hell right now." Du Xiaoyao was a straightforward person, so he didn't care too much. He suddenly took a step forward and stared at Dai Lu as he said in a deep voice. He didn't like this person and had wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time. At this time, although Du Xiaofu didn't mention any names, everyone could tell that the spearhead was directed at Dai Lu. I wouldn't dare." Dai Lu's legs trembled as she replied. The feather fan in her hand almost fell to the ground. The green and tender willow hair behind her head instantly wilted, as if more than half of its vitality had been sucked out. He didn't doubt Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao's ability in the slightest, and he'd heard of their reputations since a long time ago. Especially Du Xiaofu, he was even called a devil king, and his ferocious reputation caused countless people to tremble with fear upon hearing his name. At this time, Dai Lu secretly warned herself that she absolutely couldn't touch the bottom line of the Demon King and seek her own death by trying to deal with the sacred demon temple. Otherwise, even the Lord of the Black Water beside her couldn't save her. Everything should be decided after the great calamity. The devil religion is fierce. No one in this world can stay out of it. Du Xiaofu spoke again, but this time, he was talking to the ownerless broken sword and other itinerant cultivators. But as for you, I won't force you to work for the common people in the world. After the Great War starts, I believe you will make your own decisions. Du Xiaofu said without any fluctuation in his eyes. These itinerant cultivators were not like the sacred demon temple and the Black Water River. The former were all alone and free in the world. They were not tied down by sects or families, so it was difficult to control them. It was not that he didn't want to subdue them, but it was really not easy to control them. However, Du Xiaofu was not worried. When the demon realm was involved in the war, none of these people could avoid the situation of fighting the devil religion. No one could escape. Hearing the purple-robed young man's words, the ownerless broken sword and other itinerant cultivators didn't say anything. Instead, they all fell into deep thought. Boss, what should we do with this damn thing? Little Demon Du suddenly raised the skull in his hand that was missing a chin bone and asked. That was the original body of the Tsongshan skeleton. Because it had spoken rudely many times before, it was captured by Du Xiaoyao and severely taught a lesson. Spare his life, Du Xiaofu said softly. After all, the Tsongshan skeleton didn't do anything extreme. It was just a mouth. It wasn't to the point where it had to be killed. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but doubt in his heart. When did he become so merciful? If it was in the past, he would have killed the Tsongshan skeleton long ago. Humph! The next time you dare to act tough in front of me, I'll make sure you die a quick death. Little Demon Du let out a cold snort and casually tossed the skeleton away. It landed not far away and turned into its ugly appearance as it stood there. Looking at the two young men in horror, the Tsongshan skeleton shrank back and didn't speak for a long time. It didn't dare to speak anymore. Since the matter has been settled, it's good that everyone keeps their promise. There's no need to stay here any longer. Let's disperse. Huolei Laozu said, and ordered the people of the sacred demon temple to leave. Everyone, prepare early. There's not much time left. Everyone nodded and was ready to leave. In order to deal with the great calamity, they had to be fully prepared. They had to allocate and use all kinds of resources reasonably to minimize the losses. However, just as everyone was saying goodbye to each other, before they could turn around and leave, Du Xiaofu, who was standing on the rocky ground, suddenly changed his expression. This is, using his primordial spirit, he sensed a powerful aura coming from the outside world toward the demon realm. This aura was ferocious and murderous. It was wrapped in a vast and boundless bloody aura. It was like an ancient ferocious creature had crossed time and space to arrive. Such a movement made Du Xiaofu's heart sink instantly. Du Xiaofu sensed this fluctuation. His face was frighteningly dark. He said solemnly, I'm afraid there's no time to prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, Huolei Laozu, Du Xiaoyao, Ancestor Stone, Lord of the Black Water, and the others sensed the powerful aura almost at the same time. They all looked in the direction of the entrance of the demon realm. Their faces were filled with shock. Did something happen? Most of the people with weaker cultivations were confused. They didn't know why these experts' expressions had suddenly changed. They also looked in the direction of the entrance but found nothing. their primordial spirit power spread out, but they could not detect anything either. The demon god is here, Huolei Laozu said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely serious, and this sentence also caused everyone to be shocked along with it. The demon god? Song Song, Saixia Fairy, Ice and Fire Ancestors, Dai Lu, Blood Disciple, Ownerless Broken Sword, Song Shan Skeleton, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts trembled violently, and their throats felt as if something was blocking them. Their saliva was stuck in their throats, and they could not swallow it. Everyone was stunned and could not speak for a long time. However, this state of confusion did not last long. After a short period of strange silence, the various forces were in an uproar. The demon god! The demon god has come to the demon realm. How could it be? The demon realm has not been involved in the affairs of the outside world for thousands of years. How could they have provoked the demon god? Could it be that there is something here that the demon god needs? Or maybe, he's here for that human? Many demon spirits began to discuss. Everyone was panic-stricken and kept guessing the demon god's intentions. In the end, some people even looked at Du Xiaofu. This was because the commotion caused by his breakthrough was too big. The demon god had noticed it and alarmed him. A bunch of idiot. My boss's breakthrough did cause a big commotion, but it is not enough to make the demon god come all the way to the demon realm. Little demon Du frowned and glared at those people one by one, scolding in dissatisfaction. That's right. Although the half-step heavenly sage realm is powerful, it is not enough to make the demon god feel threatened. He has come to the demon realm personally this time. I'm afraid he has other intentions, Huolei Laozu said in a deep voice. The Rock Emperor made a lot of sense earlier. The devil religion and the demon god's goal is to kill continuously and turn this realm into a devil's domain. Therefore, even if the billions of demon spirits in the demon realm avoid fighting and provoke them, they will eventually be implicated and will not be able to escape calamity. It was rare for Blackwater Monarch to speak. After hearing this, those who had doubts expressed their agreement. The demon god had not made a move in the outside world, but had come to the demon realm first. This fact was very good proof of the validity of his words. At this moment, the one who felt the most strongly about Blackwater Monarch's words was none other than Patriarch Wansher. Earlier, he had always held the idea that as long as the demon realm didn't provoke the demon sect, then they wouldn't take the initiative to attack. But who would have thought that after the incident at Yin's End Mountain, the heavenly demon Patriarch, who had just reached an agreement with Du Xiaofu and Blackwater River to join forces against the demon god, immediately sensed the demon god's arrival. This caused him to be greatly shocked. Sure enough, he had been too naive in the past. Could it be that the demon god has fully recovered? Du Xiaofu said softly and uncertainly. If that was really the case, it was not good news. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Because before he came to the demon realm, the 9 demon emperors were still trying to find Tianwu Academy's Qiankuan bag. It seemed to be related to the demon god's recovery. Without the Qiankuan bag, the demon god should not have recovered so quickly. However, he did not know if the demon god had come to the demon realm to find the item to recover. It seems that the calamity is about to begin. Huolei Laozu sighed deeply and said to Du Xiaofu, since the demon god has made his move, the bloodshed and massacre will sweep through this world like thunder. The demon realm is very likely to be the first battlefield of this calamity. Chapter 2597. Huolei Laozu's words were like a gloomy cloud hanging over everyone's head. The threat of the demon god was like a peerless butcher's knife hanging over everyone's head. It could fall at any time and reap their lives. The demon god did not come here. We don't know where he went, Huolei Laozu said. He sensed that the demon god had headed east instead of toward Yin's End Mountain after entering the demon realm. This confirmed what he said earlier. The demon god was not attracted by the commotion caused by Du Xiaofu's breakthrough. The demon god has come to the demon realm. There's no reason for us not to go and take a look. Du Xiaofu spoke, and then he didn't delay any longer and directly flashed towards the distance. He had some speculations in his mind. The demon god's arrival must have something to do with the recovery item. However, he did not know if it had anything to do with the Qiankuan bag in Tianwu Academy. No matter what, he had to stop the demon god. He would not let the demon god get what he wanted so easily. Even if he could not prevent the devil religion from getting its way, he could at least delay the demon god's recovery for a few days and buy more time for the living beings in this realm to prepare. Let's go. Huolei and Du Xiaoyao did not hesitate. They quickly caught up with Du Xiaofu and disappeared into the horizon. Patriarch, should we go and take a look? Song Song, Fairy Kai Xia, and the two patriarchs of ice and fire asked Patriarch Wansher as they watched them leave. It seems like the demon realm is really inescapable, old ancestor Wansher said with a sigh of helplessness. But in next to no time, his aged gaze became firm, and it emanated a burning glow. Since we have to fight, let's fight. There are no cowards in the demon realm. Patriarch Wansher said in a deep voice. No matter what the demon god's purpose is, we can't let him get what he wants so easily. That's right. The sacred demon palace and Blackwater River have been fighting for so many years. I didn't expect that we would join forces to fight against the enemy, Lord Blackwater Monarch suddenly said. His domineering and majestic face, he said, the grudge between us is not over yet. Although according to our agreement, we can't attack each other, we, Blackwater River, would like to compete with the sacred demon palace to see who can kill more people from the devil religion. Patriarch Wansher, Patriarch Wansher. Patriarch Wansher, Patriarch Wansher. Of course, if you are cowards and don't have the guts to compete, then forget eyes of the sacred demon palace, their sacred demon palace. Let's bring it. Let's think let's God. Fire Z is you to Wansher S's. Haha is. Lord Blackwater Monarch laughed and leaped into the air. He took Dai Lu, Xuetu, and the other experts with him and dashed into the distance in the blink of an eye. After he disappeared, he said in an ethereal but domineering voice, the demon god is attacking the demon realm. Blackwater River, will go and check out the situation. I'll pick up a few people from the devil religion and kill them all. Good job, Lord Blackwater. I'm willing to fight by your side. The ownerless broken sword made a sound and suddenly elongated on the spot, turning into a sharp and peerless sword light. It pierced through the void and followed the Blackwater Monarch. Patriarch, let's go. We can't let Blackwater River look down on us. The ice progenitor, who had always been the calmest in the sacred demon palace, could no longer stay calm. She didn't care if Patriarch Wansher had any other instructions. She took Fire Z is with her. Song Song, go back and guard the sacred demon palace. Make arrangements to deal with any changes that may happen next. Patriarch Wansher ordered as he watched the experts leave. Since the devil religion is here, the billions of creatures in the demon realm must not sit still and wait for their deaths. Make sure everyone is prepared to face the great calamity. After Patriarch Wansher finished speaking, he led Fairy Kai Xia and the other experts to follow the demon god's aura. Song Song, Song Shan Skeleton, and some other rogue cultivators from the demon realm didn't stay any longer and left End Mountain. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Huolei Zi traveled together. They released the power of their primordial spirits and broke through the void toward the demon god. The demon god didn't hide his aura at all. The surging demon chi shook the void and guided the three of them forward like a wind vane. At the same time, they sensed many powerful waves. Du Xiaofu knew that they were from the devil religion. The 9 demon emperors should be among them. No, the 9 demon emperors had already been killed by Du Xiaofu on Snow Spirit Mountain. There should only be 8 demon emperors left. Even with the demon god's strength and the followers of the devil religion, he was still traveling at a terrifying speed. They traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye. However, Du Xiaofu had the rapid rock. With Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Laozu, it wasn't easy to keep up with them. Time flew by quickly in the spatial tunnel. The 3 of them had already traveled millions of li. At the same time, the 3 of them felt that the distance between them and the demon god was getting closer and closer. The demon god seems to have stopped, Du Xiaofu said. If the demon god stopped, he must have reached his destination. Huolei Laozu said. I don't know what kind of place it is. Why would the demon god come here in person? Du Xiaoyao's eyes were shining with golden light as she said doubtfully. With our speed, we can reach there in about 4 hours. When the time comes, we'll act according to the circumstances. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment and said, although the demon god hasn't fully recovered, his strength is not something we can easily deal with. Although his main purpose is not to deal with us, we still have to be careful. It would be best if we can stop him from getting something to recover. But if we can't, we still have to protect ourselves. We can't fight recklessly. After all, the great calamity hasn't really begun. The road ahead is still long. There must be a way to defeat the demon god. Huolei Laozu nodded and reminded Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. Understood. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao nodded at the same time. The 2 also understood that Huolei Laozu's words were meant to comfort them. He was only afraid that the 2 of them would be impulsive and fight recklessly after seeing the demon god. But then again, only by keeping themselves alive could they find more ways to deal with the great calamity. If they lost their lives for nothing, how could they protect their loved ones and friends, or even save the world? For the next 4 hours, the 3 of them did not speak again. Instead, they hurried on with their journey. And when they chased after the demon god's aura and broke through the sky, they did not see any trace of the demon god or the people of the devil religion. The demon god's aura finally appeared here. Du Xiaoyao looked around, her eyes filled with golden light as she tried to find the demon god. There's nothing around here, and there's also nothing on the ground below. Then there's only one place, Du Xiaofu said. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the 9 heavens. They were originally high up in the sky, but the demon god's aura only appeared here. There was only one possibility left. They had gone to a place higher than the 9 heavens. Could it be that the secret place is in the sky? Du Xiaoyao asked, feeling a little incredulous. Whether it is or not, we'll know once we go and take a look. Du Xiaofu shouted softly. The pair of golden wings on his back suddenly flapped, carrying Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaoyao up into the sky. However, as the 3 of them went against the sky, Huolei Laozu's chubby face became more serious, as if he had thought of something. A secret place above the 9 heavens. Could it be that the demon god is going in the direction of the legendary Xiankei Palace in the clouds? Huolei Laozu said after pondering for a long time. Xiankei Palace in the clouds? Where is that place? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. He had never heard of this place. However, the demon god suddenly moved after being silent for many years, and went directly there. There must be something extraordinary about it. I'm not very clear about the details. I just remembered a strange rumor from the Archean era. In the far east of the demon realm, there was a mysterious place above the 9 heavens, so it was called the Xiankei Palace in the clouds. Huolei Laozu said. It was because of the demon god's whereabouts that Huolei Laozu thought of this rumor. However, before Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao could continue to ask, he added, I heard that before the catastrophe in the Archean era, that is, before I was born, there was a powerful person who built that secret place. After the devil religion came to this world, they also fought for it. Because the demon god was restrained by the master of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god, He could not do it himself. Therefore, the people of the devil religion were defeated by that powerful person. In the end, the secret place disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the world. There was no trace of it. However, this is just a legend. No one has seen the secret place appear in the world, and no one knows whether it is true or not. It turns out to be an Archean's secret place. Du Xiaofu murmured, carefully recalling the scenes he saw in the tomb of heaven when he returned to the upper reaches of time and space, but he could not find any memory of this secret place. Huolei Laozu was born in the Archean era and unified the demon realm with his strength. He must have heard of the Xiankei Palace in the clouds, a place that could be valued by the devil religion and fought for must be extraordinary. In this case, the demon god came to the demon realm at this time, which means that the secret place should be about to open, or has already opened. I'm afraid there really is something he needs in there, Du Xiaofu said. The Xiankei Palace in the clouds is said to be in the 9 heavens. You can step on the blue clouds and go through 9 revolutions in the void before you can reach it. Huolei Laozu said again. Step on the blue clouds and go through 9 revolutions in the void. As Du Xiaofu recited these 8 words, he felt a sense of transcendence and otherworldly charm. Just from these words, one could feel the extraordinariness of the Xiankei Palace in the clouds. Yes. Huolei Laozu nodded. Chapter 2598. Du Xiaofu used his golden rock wings and soared into the sky. Under the illumination of the sun, the clouds in the sky were suffused with a hazy radiance. It was magnificent and gorgeous, and the clouds were enshrouded in red clouds. The 3 of them passed through the thick clouds. What entered their eyes was a vast and boundless world. Other than the scorching sun above their heads, there was nothing else. While they were talking, they also saw some figures in their eyes. People from the devil religion. Above the 9 heavens, there were densely packed figures gathered in the distance. Among them, there were quite a number of figures with extremely powerful auras. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Huolei Zi were familiar with these people. They were the 9 demon emperors of the devil religion. Moksha, Mo Lingzi, and the others were also there. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes. He flapped his wings and increased his speed. He rushed toward the devil religion's camp. Why don't I see the demon god? Huolei Laozu glanced at the devil religion's camp. However, he didn't see the demon god. This caused his heart to become incomparably heavy. Could it be that he has already entered the secret place? Du Xiaoyao said doubtfully. Her tone was solemn. If the god fiend had already entered the secret place and obtained the recovery item he needed, then their trip would have been in vain. Let's go and take a look. I hope we're not too late, Du Xiaofu said softly. He sped up and approached the people of the devil religion in a short time. Their arrival had long been noticed by the 9 great demon emperors and the others. That's right, it was the 9 demon emperors. The 9 demon emperors, who had died at the hands of Du Xiaofu in Snow Spirit Mountain, were now standing there, alive and well. They were glaring at Du Xiaofu. This scene also caused Du Xiaofu to be slightly stunned for a moment. The 9 demon emperor has been resurrected? Du Xiaofu murmured. He found it hard to believe. How could a dead person come back to life? One had to know that he had destroyed the 9 demon emperor's body and soul with lightning speed. But after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. With the power of the demon god, he must have left some means in the bodies of the 9 demon emperors. As long as he could find a way to extract a trace of the demon emperor's demon soul and make it indestructible, it wouldn't be difficult to reconstruct their bodies. However, after the 9 demon emperor had undergone body reconstruction, his strength should have been reduced to a certain extent. Du Xiaofu's attention did not linger on him for long, because he noticed something that shocked him even more. Looking past the 9 great demon emperors, there were no less than 1,000 figures standing in the air behind them. More than half of these people were at the Saint Realm and above. Du Xiaofu was extremely shocked. Since when did the devil religion become so powerful? All the Saint Realm experts in the 3 continents and Kyushu combined should not be much more than this number. Moreover, the devil religion had the demon god, an existence that they could not contend with. It seemed that this great calamity was more difficult to deal with than expected. Du Xiaofu, I didn't expect you to really come. The great demon emperor took a step forward. His thin and small body walked in the air, as if he was walking down a flight of stairs. Looking at Du Xiaofu and the other 2, his voice did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he had expected their arrival. Before Du Xiaofu could reply, he heard Du Xiaoyao's voice ringing in his ears. "Boss, look over there." Du Xiaoyao raised his hand and pointed behind the people of the devil religion. Looking at the direction of his finger, the void there did not seem to be anything special. However, upon closer inspection, it was different from other places and showed a strange fluctuation. Using the power of the primordial spirit, one could find that the space there seemed to be a barrier. Although it was transparent, it isolated something and could not be seen with the naked eye. "There seems to be a door that leads to an unknown place," Huolei Laozu said. In his perception, there was a faint movement coming from behind the space. It was captured. What's behind the door? Is it the legendary Xiankei Palace among the clouds? Du Xiaoyao asked. The demon god must have entered it. Let's go and take a look. Du Xiaofu stared at the 9 great demon emperors. These people of the devil religion must have stayed here to prevent him from interfering with the demon god. If he wanted to enter the door behind them, he had to get rid of these people first. However, Du Xiaofu could not figure it out. Since the demon god had found this secret place, if he did not want to be disturbed, why didn't he restrain his aura when he came, so that many creatures could detect him? Was he doing this on purpose, or did he have other motives? However, Du Xiaofu did not have time to think about this. Only after entering the door could he know the truth. Du Xiaofu, you are late. The demon god has entered the void corridor. When he comes out, he will be in his peak state. All the creatures in this world, including you, will die. Seeing that Du Xiaofu and the others did not answer, the 2nd demon emperor walked behind the great demon emperor and said in a low voice, "The void corridor?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and caught the word in the 2nd demon emperor's words. Could it be that there was a void corridor behind the space gate? What kind of place was that? Where does the corridor lead to? Is it the Xiankei Palace among the clouds? Has the demon god really entered that place? Has he obtained the recovery item and is in the process of recovery? If this is the case, the situation is much more serious than expected. Boss, you can use the first move of Rising Wind directly to cross the blockade of the devil religion and enter the void corridor to prevent the demon god from recovering. Leave this place to us, Du Xiaoyao said suddenly. Facing the 9 great demon emperors, there was no fear on his face at all. Yes, you don't have to worry about us. No matter what price we have to pay, we can't let the demon god get the recovery item easily. Huolei Laozu also said, his fat face serious. No, let's fight our way out and enter the void corridor together. Du Xiaofu said softly. He knew what they said was reasonable. The sooner they entered the void door, the sooner they could prevent the demon god from recovering. However, he could not leave Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaoyao here and let them face hundreds of experts of the Saint Realm from the devil religion alone. Du Xiaofu's heart sank, but he did not show it on his face. He replied coldly to the 2nd demon emperor, "Is that so? Since your lord demon god is not here, I think it is necessary to kill all of you small fries." With his current strength, he had a great chance of winning if he fought the 9 great demon gods alone. Du Xiaofu, you are still as arrogant as before. I heard that you have stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm. Today, we would like to see how powerful you are now and whether you deserve the title of half-step heavenly saint. The 2nd demon emperor suddenly rushed out and pounced on Du Xiaofu directly. Under the mighty demonic chi, it was like a powerful tornado, carrying with it the power to destroy everything, stirring up the void into a mess. If you want to enter the void corridor, you have to go through us first. Almost at the same time as the second demon emperor moved, the third demon emperor also moved. His fist smashed the heavens and earth, causing terrible ripples. The terrible demon chi was like a raging sea, surging violently. You want to stop me with just the two of you? You are overestimating yourselves. Du Xiaofu snorted. Then, he shouted. Suddenly, his body disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, an astonishing scene appeared. The purple-robed young man appeared in front of the second demon emperor and the third demon emperor at the same time. It was as if he had used the doppelganger technique, which was indescribably strange. Overbearing fists. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's thunderous shout resounded in the ears of the second demon emperor and the third demon emperor. At the same time, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Then, they saw a huge fist coming in front of them. This fist, which was surrounded by rich purple-golden thunderbolts, was full of terrible energy fluctuations. It was moving at an extremely fast speed toward the chests of the second demon emperor and the third demon emperor. Seeing this, the two demon emperors were shocked, but they reacted quickly. The moment Du Xiaofu appeared in front of them, the tornado formed by the great demon emperor roared even more crazily. It carried a terrible power of torture and wanted to wrap Du Xiaofu up. The third demon emperor knew that he was no match for Su Quebec. He withdrew his fist abruptly. The demon chi on his body surged and gathered in front of his chest to form a ball of faint black light, which was like a barrier. When they stopped moving, Du Xiaofu's fist had already smashed down fiercely. Boom! Boom! After two explosions that shook the void, even the heavens began to tremble. The fist, which was flickering with purple-gold lightning, smashed into the tornado and the demonic energy shield. It destroyed the demonic energy shield as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashed into the chests of the second and third demon emperors. Puff, puff, with a muffled sound, the two demon shadows were sent flying backward. They were like two birds with broken wings, drawing two long tracks in the void. Demon blood splattered and dyed the sky red. Second brother! Third brother! The remaining 7 demon emperors exclaimed. Then, the 5th demon emperor and the 6th demon emperor attacked at the same time. They rushed out and caught the 2 demon shadows. Then, they retreated behind the great demon emperor and the others. At this time, the 2 demon shadows, who had repelled the 2 demon emperors, slowly merged into one place. Finally, they merged into one place. They still looked like Du Xiaofu. You are so weak. Du Xiaofu, who was standing in the sky, said coldly. His clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god. After he had broken through to the half-step heavenly saint realm in the thunder ultimacy, his space ultimacy had also improved correspondingly. When he performed the Fuyao style, it had reached the acme of perfection. Its speed was so fast that it looked like he had performed the doppelganger technique. He could appear in 2 places at the same time.